Chapter 1759. You dare to surround this place? Are you looking for death? The demon ape's blood-red eyes flashed with murderous intent. The others also stared coldly at the natives. Comparatively speaking, the puppet, who had no combat power, was ignored. These natives who came with ill intentions looked increasingly cold. They looked like they would attack at the slightest disagreement. However, there were only 50 of them, and they did not have dragon weapons or dragon armor. Zi-Chen's group was not afraid at all. These people did not say a word, but their oppressive aura made the atmosphere very tense. The puppet, who was caught by Man Shu, said proudly, "They are Ji-Jin's guards. They have the authority to enforce the law. I don't believe you dare to attack them." Zi-Chen replied coldly, "This is my residence. Whoever dares to come in will be killed without mercy." As he spoke, Zi-Chen held a ball of earth fire in his hand. The puppet's expression changed. "You are an intruder. This is not your residence." Zi-Chen sneered. "Then let them come in and try." As he spoke, he threw the ball of fire in his hand. The puppet's expression changed. Light flashed around its body. There was no surge of energy, but it broke free from Man Shu's hand and appeared outside the door. Its expression was extremely unsightly. It had never thought that Zi-Chen would dare to attack. Along the way, it was very familiar with Zi-Chen's battle prowess. If they attacked, these people wouldn't be enough for them to kill. Moreover, its purpose was not to kill Zi-Chen. The puppet said to Zi-Chen, "I will not make things difficult for you. Just hand over the dimensional beast cores." Thinking about those space behemoths again, Marionette's heart was filled with uncontrollable rage. The authority could not be activated at will. It did not only allow Zi-Chen and the others to do so because it was afraid of the earthfire, but also because it had other plans. It first gave away 2 dragon-shaped weapons for free. Then, according to the price of the 2-dimensional beasts, it began to exchange for dragon armor for everyone. Clearly, the puppet was at a disadvantage at this price, and it was a huge loss. However, it did not care because these things would eventually belong to it. To be more precise, these things would eventually belong to Ji-Jin. However, who would have thought that after arriving here, Ji-Jin and the other experts did not kill these intruders as it wanted? It had already suffered a great loss. When it found that the dimensional beasts had lost their cores, it immediately brought people over to demand an explanation. This kind of exchange was not easy. From the beginning to the end, in tens of thousands of years of sailing, the 9 dragon boats had only encountered such a situation once. The dragon boats had their own rules. No one could change that. In the beginning, the dragon boats had no puppets. The natives who accepted the summoning would naturally come to Ji-Jin after boarding the boats. However, ever since the world was destroyed by the invaders, the dragon boat summoning could only summon invaders. Hence, the puppets appeared. Their main purpose was to kill the invaders. As for the weapons used to exchange for items on the dragon boat, the puppets had no right to use them. As for why it was able to gain access, the puppet guessed that it was likely because of the lightning dragon. The lightning dragon was the most powerful and majestic true dragon it had ever seen. Along the way, it did not hesitate to exchange more dragon armor for Zi-Chen because it wanted to strengthen Ji-Jin's power. The puppet stated its intention, but it only received a dream-on in return. It was impossible for it to obtain the dimensional beast cores. Zi-Chen, don't be too proud. You can't stay in Ji-Jin for free. You can only stay here for a month. After a month, if you want to stay here again, you have to pay the dimensional beast cores. The puppet did not dare to enter. After shouting at the door, it left unwillingly. The guards also left. "Phut, I have to pay the dimensional beast cores to stay here." "I don't want to stay here," Man Shu said unhappily. "It's fine if you don't stay here. You can stay outside Ji-Jin City." A voice was heard. Another person walked in. This person was only at the late 9th level. After entering, he cupped his hands at everyone with a kind smile. "Let me introduce myself. I'm Ju Tai, the person in charge of miscellaneous matters in Ji-Jin City. I'm sure everyone has a lot of doubts. I'm here to answer your questions." Ju Tai appeared to be very polite. He did not have the hostility that a native should have when meeting an intruder. Zichen invited him into the main hall and gestured for him to sit. There was everything in the room. Dongqing poured tea for Ju Tai, which made him feel flattered. Because of the law of the cultivation world, there were not many women who could become experts, and there were even fewer beautiful women who could become experts. After thanking him, Ju Tai looked at Zichen and asked, "What do you want to know?" Zichen had a lot of doubts now, but he did not know where to start. He could only say, "Tell us everything you know." The devil ape and the others did not sit. Instead, they stood behind Zichen and looked at Ju Tai. Ju Tai was a little stunned. Clearly, this was the first time he had received such an answer. Usually, the first thing everyone asked was why they were summoned. After a pause, Ju Tai said, "Then let's start with the dimensional beast cause. It's the most valuable thing on a dimensional beast. It's also the unified currency in Jijin City." Currency. Everyone was surprised. That's right. For example, this room is still free now. But 1 month later, if you want to stay here, you have to pay 3-dimensional beast cores. You have to pay 3-dimensional beast cores every month. The fee is based on the size of the room. Other than accommodation, the dimensional beast cores can also be used to exchange for other things. You can exchange them privately or in Jijin City's exchange hall. Ju Tai glanced at the crowd and said, "For example, you guys can exchange for some dragon origins used for cultivation. Of course, the greatest use of the Space Beast Core is to help us peak 9th level experts comprehend the power of leaving the world. As for whether you invaders can comprehend it or not, I'm not sure." Zichen nodded and said, "If that's the case, we need a lot of dimensional beast cores. There should be a special place to hunt dimensional beasts, right?" Ju Tai said, "There is one on your way here, but the dimensional beasts there are very dangerous and the distance is too far. Under normal circumstances, it's not recommended for everyone to go there. Besides that, behind Jijin City, which is the depths of the world, there are many dimensional beasts there. Many experts form teams to hunt there. Oh right, if you're in a hurry, you can rent a dragon bone ship. That's faster. The cost is 1-dimensional beast core. Isn't this the depths of the world? You can say that. But this space was forcibly opened up. It's a safe space. Strictly speaking, it's just a safe station in the depths of the world." Ju Tai explained in detail. Jijin City was specifically used to receive the summoned natives. According to Ju Tai, not all of the battlefields of despair had fallen. There were some places that were still intact. The natives of these places only knew about the invaders from ancient books. Those places were very similar to the giant dragon world. They had been forcibly isolated. "Those who have been summoned, stay here," said Yizichen. "Yes. Then what about the so-called opportunity?" "The opportunity lies in the depths of the real world. It's said that there's a gate there. Currently, no one has found the key to the gate. Is Jijin City considered a force?" Ju Tai thought about it and said, "It should be. Those who have comprehended the power of the outside world are called dragon warriors. Dragon warriors are divided into 9 levels. The city lords are at the 9th level, the dragon envoys are at the 7th or 8th level, the commanders are at the 5th or 6th level, the vice commanders are at the 3rd or 4th level, and the senior captains are at the 1st or 2nd level." Ju Tai looked at them and kindly reminded them, "You are the only invaders that I have ever heard of and seen who have made it here alive. To be able to pass through so many trials and come here, I believe that each of you is very strong. However, what I want to say is that something has happened in the depths of the world, and the door has not been opened for tens of thousands of years. During these tens of thousands of years, powerful natives have been constantly summoned here, and many of them have become dragon warriors. Although there is only one city lord, there are still some level 9 dragon warriors." Their expressions became more serious. Although they had never seen the so-called 9-level power of the outside world, 9 was already the limit. One more step and they would be able to become a real realm lord. An existence that was second only to a realm lord was obviously very strong. Zichen and the others nodded solemnly. They decided to keep a low profile. "Why haven't we seen anyone who has comprehended the power of the outside world in the battlefield of despair?" Chen asked the question in his heart. Ju Tai's answer was much simpler. It was because that world had been destroyed by the invaders. They couldn't sense the power of the outside world. Not only did that world suppress the invaders, but it also had some restrictions on the natives. Only by coming here could these restrictions be greatly alleviated. But without the spatial beasts, it would be very difficult to comprehend the power of the outside world. Ju Tai continued, "It said that after the gate in the depths of the world opens, the power of the outside world will be scattered again. At that time, everyone will be able to break through and become a realm lord." Chen clicked his tongue when he heard this. Who knew how many experts had gathered in Jijin City over the past tens of thousands of years? Once all of them became realm lords, it would be a devastating disaster for the entire battlefield of despair. At that time, no matter where the invaders were, if they didn't leave, only death would await them. As if he had guessed Chen's thoughts, Ju Tai smiled and said, "Actually, you don't have to worry. Even if they can break through, they might not choose to return." "Why?" "I heard from some of the older generation experts here that after the gate in the depths of the world opens, not only will the power of the outside world scatter, but another world will also open. That's a high-level world. I think those experts will definitely choose to enter that world. Of course, all of this is just a legend. Because these people in Jijin City have never seen the gate in the depths of the world open. For the sake of another world, they won't even take revenge." Mansha was puzzled. The original world's laws were severely damaged, but some of them still exist. They even have great power. They are worried that if they rashly go there, they will be killed by the laws. Oh right, there's another rumor. It's said that the secret to becoming a realm lord lies in the depths of the world. Once one becomes a realm lord, there's hope to repair the broken laws of the world and restore the world to its original state. So this is true. Chen and the others' expressions changed slightly. Their hearts were shaken. Chapter 1760. Ju Tai told Chen several rumors in a row, but none of them were confirmed. "When will the door to the depths of the world open?" "I'm not sure, but everyone is working hard to find the key to open it. Maybe the city lord knows how it's going." "Then can we still go back?" "Go back?" "Yeah, has no one ever thought of going back? Only here can we sense the power of the realm. Only here can we become stronger. Who would want to go back?" The conversation ended here. There were many things that Chi Tai didn't know. "If you want to go out and form a team, you can contact me. I will find some reliable people for you." Before leaving, Chi Tai kindly reminded them. Chen thanked him and said that he was willing to consider it. After sending Ju Tai off, the 9 of them sat together and discussed what to do next. "The most important thing now is to improve our strength. I think we need to go to the trading hall and take a look. On the dragon boat, they could still scam the puppet and get the free dragon sauce to improve their strength, but not here." They quickly reached an agreement and went to trade for some dragon sauces first. As soon as they walked out of the door, they sensed many pairs of eyes around them, and they were staring at them. Everywhere they passed, they saw some natives pointing at them from afar. "It's those invaders. They have 18 dragon weapons and 15 dragon armors." That's what the news said. It shouldn't be wrong. Their realm is not high, but they have so many dragon weapons. There will be a good show to watch. Among the whispers around, some were not suppressed and clearly passed into the ears of Chen and the others. Damn it, it must be that puppet. The number of weapons and dragon armors was very accurate. It must be the puppet that spread the news. "We can't fight here. Let them talk." The demon ape seemed to be very indifferent. If they had the guts to come up, it didn't mind smashing them to death. Outside the platform, there were some private trading places. This was also a place that Chen and the others had to pass by. Seeing Chen and the others coming, the eyes of these vendors lit up. Glancing at the goods, Chen shook his head in disappointment. There was no dragon sauce here, only some weapons and other materials. There were also a few emperor-grade materials, but for people like Chen, they were useless. Just as they were about to enter the trading hall, a native stopped Chen's group and said, "I heard that you have dragon weapons." Chen looked at him and said, "What do you want?" The native extended his hand and said, 20 beast cores for one. I'll buy as many as you sell. A light flashed in Zichen's eyes. They had only exchanged 2 giant spatial beasts for this. He never thought that they would be able to sell 20 of them here. The others were also very surprised. The native smiled faintly and said, how about this price? I'll let you earn 18 beast cores. Zichen's face immediately darkened. He didn't expect that damned puppet to tell him everything. No, Zichen said coldly. You. The native's eyes flashed coldly. Fan Ming, do you really think we're stupid? You want a dragon weapon for 20 beast cores? Are you still dreaming? An old middle-aged man came forward and said to Zichen, little friend, how about I give you 5 times the price? Xiao Jun, what do you mean? The native named Fan Ming said angrily. The middle-aged man ignored him and looked at Zichen. Sorry, I do have a dragon weapon, but it's only for my own use. After saying that, Zichen ignored the 2 of them and led the others straight to the trading hall. Fan Ming, who was originally angry, calmed down and even became cautious. He looked at Xiao Jun and said, they didn't take the bait. What should we do? Xiao Jun's face flashed with anger and said, send people to watch them closely. I don't believe that they won't leave the city. Fan Ming hesitated and said, but they're not weak. The invader leader even killed Do Kang in an instant. Xiao Jun said, that trash Do Kang was only a level 1 dragon warrior. It's normal for him to die. However, the enemy is indeed difficult to deal with. There are so many people around him. We need to plan carefully. Zichen, who walked into the trading hall, couldn't help but smile. The 2 of them didn't cooperate well enough. However, he knew the price of a dragon weapon. In that case, the puppet didn't have good intentions when he gave them the dragon weapon at such a low price. There were many natives in the trading hall, but it was relatively quiet. There weren't many bargaining voices. There were also no receptionists. When Zichen came in, he saw the dragon sauce he needed and walked straight up. The stall owner was an old man who was dozing off. It seemed that business was not good. The value of a dimensional beast core was too high. Under normal circumstances, very few people would exchange it for a useless dragon sauce. After all, the dragon sauce could only increase one's strength. It couldn't increase one's comprehension of space, let alone the power of the world. There were many crystal balls on the counter. The dragon sauce was placed in each crystal ball. The dragon sauce was as big as a fist, and it swayed back and forth in the crystal ball like liquid. It was compressed by space. It didn't look like there were many of them, but there were quite a lot after it was opened. In front of the crystal ball, there was a number 1. It was obvious that 1-dimensional beast core could be exchanged for 1 dragon sauce. The dragon sauce was almost useless in this place. However, in the battlefield of despair, it was a real treasure. After estimating the number of dimensional beast cores he had, Zichen took out 9-dimensional beast cores. He was ready to exchange them for the dragon sauces in the crystal balls. As soon as Zichen took out the dimensional beast cores, the old man woke up. His eyes flashed. Zichen put the 9-dimensional beast cores in front of him and said, I'll exchange for 9. The old man didn't take the dimensional beast cores. Instead, he looked at Zichen and said, Invader. Zichen's heart skipped a beat. He thought that this old man wouldn't do business with invaders, right? One had to know that invaders were discriminated against here. He nodded calmly. The old man said, your dimensional beast core is mid-grade. One can exchange for 10 low-grade dimensional beast cores. Zichen was stunned. These dimensional beast cores came from the dimensional beasts killed by the demon ape. They were relatively weak existences. Zichen deliberately took them out. If dimensional beast cores were divided into grades, then what about the ones he killed? While thinking, Zichen took out another dimensional beast core. He asked humbly, may I ask Senior what grade this is? The old man looked at the dimensional beast core in Zichen's hand. A strange light flashed in his eyes. He said, top grade. It can be exchanged for 1,000 ordinary dimensional beast cores. Zichen was stunned. His face was full of astonishment. Everyone else was dumbfounded. This was an outcome that no one had expected at all. Originally, they thought that they had gotten a big bargain by only exchanging two-dimensional beast cores for a dragon-shaped weapon. Who would have thought that it would be 2,000-dimensional beast cores? And the two idiots outside actually said that they would exchange it for 20 and 200-dimensional beast cores. Seeing that Zi Chen didn't speak, the old man waited quietly. In order to thoroughly understand the true value of the dimensional beast core, Zi Chen asked again, "May I ask Senior how many dimensional beast cores a dimensional beast core can be exchanged for?" The old man was a little surprised, but he still answered Zi Chen's question. He pointed at the dimensional beast core in Zi Chen's hand and said, "If you are willing to sell, I can give you 10 to 15 of these dimensional beast cores." Everyone gasped, while the demon ape was secretly angry. It had killed 3-dimensional beasts on the dragon boat. According to the grade, these dimensional beast cores were definitely in the category of dimensional beast cores. If it was exchanged for dimensional beast cores, it could be exchanged for 3,000 dimensional beast cores. Zi Chen nodded to show that he understood. It seemed that the puppet didn't know the value of the dimensional beast core, nor did it know the grade of dimensional beast cores. He currently had 3 grades of dimensional beast cores. One of them was the one he killed when he first encountered the dimensional beast. At that time, everyone had to work together to kill that guy. That was the dimensional beast core. On the way forward, the dimensional beasts they encountered were obviously weaker, and their concealment methods were not very good. That should be the dimensional beast core. After coming out of that space, the dimensional beasts that the demon ape killed without concealment were of the dimensional beast core. At that time, when the demon ape arrived, Wu Xie took out 2 corpses and exchanged them with the puppet. Zi Chen remembered that the puppet took out 2-dimensional beasts of the dimensional beast core. It could be seen that the puppet didn't know the true grade of the dimensional beast core. In fact, this made sense because the puppet was deliberately refined and had always been on the dragon boat. Only every time the dragon boat docked would it get off the boat to hand over something. They were like puppets. Although they had thoughts, they didn't know how to cultivate at all. Other than tricking invaders, they knew very little about other things. In addition, the special privilege was opened because of the Thunder Dragon. It had never encountered such a thing before, but it was very clear in its heart how powerful those dimensional beasts were. Therefore, it decided to exchange 2-dimensional beasts for one. In fact, if it wanted 1,000-dimensional beasts, it would be equivalent to 1,000-dimensional beasts of the dimensional beast core. Before setting the price, it had obviously thought carefully. 1-dimensional beast core was too easy, but 2 was just right. The scene on the dragon boat was completely a transaction between 2 people who didn't know the trade, but in the end, Zi Chen made a big profit. In order to express his gratitude, Zi Chen bought 100 crystal balls. These dragon origins should be enough for them to refine for a while. Zi Chen, who originally felt that he was very poor, suddenly found that he was actually carrying a mountain of gold on his back. He immediately felt a lot more confident. He had already made up his mind to cultivate in the city and strive to reach the peak of the 9th level. Next, Zi Chen and the others continued to walk in the hall. They saw many weapons and defensive armors. These weapons all contained the power of space. Although they couldn't be compared to dragon weapons, the difference in grade wasn't that big. The prices among them also ranged from a few dozen to 1,000. During this period, there were a few good emperor-grade materials. The rich Zi Chen directly bought them, planning to break through to the realm of the Sector Lord in the future. When walking out of the trading hall, Zi Chen felt like he was walking with the wind. The dimensional beast cores he had were enough for them to break through, and it was also enough for them to live here for decades or even centuries. This way, even if those people coveted their weapons, they wouldn't dare to make a move in the city. The other people who wanted to hunt all became discouraged when they saw Zi Chen take out a beast core. As long as the other party stayed in the city, no one could make a move. Chapter 1761. One day, just one day, no, it should be said that in just one night, the 100 crystal balls that he bought yesterday to store the dragon origin were gone. It wasn't that it had been stolen, but that the dragon source within it had been completely refined. The old man was kind and gave a lot of dragon origin. At the very least, Chen could not refine one in one night. The others did not refine one, and the remaining 91 crystal balls were completely empty. It all started from yesterday. Everyone was refining the dragon origin, and Lei Long also said that he wanted to refine it. Along the way, he steered the dragon boat forward. Its realm did not increase, and it was now at the late stage of the 9th level. It was still a distance away from the peak. Chen gave Lei Long a crystal ball, but Lei Long said that it might not be enough. Therefore, Chen did not care and put all the crystal balls here, saying that he would take them after refining them, so that he did not have to go to him to ask for them. After a night with the hourglass, Lei Long woke him up the next day and told him that the dragon origin was gone. You finished refining in one night? Chen still could not believe it. Lei Long nodded and said, I can refine faster here. When the others saw the empty crystal ball, they were very surprised. However, it was a Lei Long after all, and it had a high compatibility with the dragon origin, so no one cared. Therefore, Chen did not say anything and went to buy 200 crystal balls. The next day, there was not a single one left. In 24 hours, Lei Long had refined all of them. On the third day, Chen spent a top-grade beast core in exchange for 1,000 crystal balls. Because he needed a lot, the old man smiled and gave Chen an extra bottle, saying that he would come often. There were 1,000 portions of dragon origin. Chen signaled Lei Long to refine them. After all, its strength could increase, and it was very good for everyone. Lei Long completed Chen's request very well. It only took him 3 days to refine all 1,000 portions of the potion. Chen was dumbfounded, and the others were also very surprised. As expected of Lei Long, who had the highest compatibility with the dragon origin, it did not need to refine it at all. It could just absorb it directly. After that, the Thunder Dragon did not excite Chen any further. Its consumption rate had stabilized at 1,000 dragon origins every 3 days, which meant that it consumed 1 extreme-grade beast core every 3 days. Along the way, because they had squeezed in quite a few dragon soldiers and refined some beast pills, they only had a dozen or so top-grade beast pills and 20 high-grade beast pills. As for the middle-grade beast pills, they had already used them up 2 days ago. Very soon, a month had passed. Chen's wealth had shrunk rapidly. Initially, he had thought of not coming out of extreme gold for decades, but after a month, he had given up on that idea. In this 1 month, he had spent more than a dozen beast cores. This kind of extravagance had once again attracted attention and uproar. Does this guy eat the dragon sauce as if it's his meal? That's more than 10,000 portions of dragon sauce. Even if you eat it like rice, you won't be able to finish it. Over 10,000 dragon origins are gone, but their cultivation levels haven't increased at all. Are they all monsters? Indeed, a month had passed. Including Lei Long, no one's cultivation had increased. During this month, the happiest person was of course the old man. The dragon sauce that he had accumulated for many years had finally found a good buyer. In just 1 month, the sales had already exceeded the total sales of his 100 years. Now, he wanted nothing more than to worship Chen. Looking at this invader, Chen, he was even more affectionate than looking at other natives. Moreover, every time, the old man would generously give Chen an extra portion. This made Man Sha snort disdainfully. Too stingy. Some people saw this and were happy in their hearts. In this way, it wouldn't be long before Chen and the others went out. Now, no less than 10 forces were stationed around Chen's residence day and night. Even if a fly flew out, they would immediately report it. Very soon, another half a month had passed. It was time for everyone to consider going out to hunt spatial beasts. Why don't we wait a little longer? If we go out now, we can only wait to be eaten. The fortune teller suggested. It's the same no matter how long we wait. These guys are all dogs. They won't leave until they eat the bones. Man Sha snorted. He was very much in favor of going out. We can't always endure. We have to intimidate them. The devil ape's eyes flashed with red light. It seemed somewhat excited. The sky-splitting battle ape liked to fight. Only in battle could his cultivation level increase faster. Wait for me to come back. Chen walked out of the room and saw a cultivator standing in the distance. After seeing Chen come out, the cultivator's expression changed slightly and he turned to leave. Wait. Chen stopped him. There's something. This person had obvious hostility. Do you know where Vice Commander Bo Jian lives? Chen asked. Before leaving, he had to clarify some things. The other party was startled at first, then he told Chen where Bo Jian lived. In this place, Chen only knew 3 people. One was Bo Jian, one was Ju Tai, and one was an old man who sold dragon origins. Ju Tai was only at the late 9th layer and couldn't help Chen much. The old man was a merchant. Chen thought about it and went to find Bo Jian. When he arrived at Bo Jian's residence, the latter seemed very surprised. Then, Chen asked for some details. When Chen got the answers he wanted and left Bo Jian's residence, the latter's expression was very gloomy. Let's go. There was no need to deliberately prepare. Chen called out from outside the door, and everyone walked out. How is it? The fortune teller asked. I've pretty much understood everything. Let's go and rent a dragon bone boat first. The group walked out of Extreme Peak City. As soon as Chen and the others left, the cultivators surrounding his residence disappeared one by one. Then, almost the entire city, which was paying attention to Chen and the other invaders, knew that Chen had left. Before leaving, Chen prepared enough dragon origins for the Thunder Dragon to refine. Coincidentally, they met Ju Tai at the door and both sides greeted each other. Do you want me to help you? Ju Tai was about to ask if they should find some reliable people to team up with, but he suddenly felt something strange behind him. When he turned around, his expression immediately changed. Hundreds of natives followed behind him, including some dragon warriors. He immediately transmitted his voice, "You'd better not go. It's very dangerous." Chen patted Ju Tai's shoulder and had a good impression of this native. Then, he said, "Can't help it. I've been a little tight recently." After leaving Extreme Peak City, everyone turned into a stream of light and rushed toward the dock. The people behind also followed, but they didn't say a word. They even deliberately lowered their speed to allow Chen and the others to board the boat. When they arrived at the dock, Chen took out 5 beast cores and rented a dragon bone boat with medium speed. He took the dragon bone boat's control token and directly jumped on. The dragon bone boat was also a spatial technology, and the area inside was not small. After entering, Chen activated the dragon bone boat's full speed. Seeing Chen and the others board the boat, cheers immediately came from behind. Then, the natives jumped on the dragon bone boat one after another. Because Chen rented a medium speedboat, if they rented a low speedboat, they naturally couldn't catch up. So, they all increased the price to rent a medium speedboat, and some even rented a high speedboat. Suddenly, the boat owner's business became better. The dragon bone boat turned into a stream of light and flew behind Extreme Peak City. Soon, it reached the end of this safe space and headed toward the real depths of the world. Before coming, Chen had already asked around about the places where there were more spatial beasts and higher grades. Mansha looked back and said, "They're about to catch up." Indeed, the natives who rented the high-speed boat had already appeared in their sight. The two sides were getting closer and closer. Lei Long, increase the speed, Chen said indifferently. Lightning surged, and Lei Long poured a trace of power into the dragon bone boat. The dragon bone boat that was moving at medium speed suddenly burst out with a speed far exceeding the high-speed boat. It turned into a stream of light and flew away. That's a medium-speed boat. On the high-speed boat, a 4th-grade warrior opened his eyes wide and looked at the disappearing dragon bone boat in disbelief. Damn it, we were cheated. How is that medium speed? That damned boat owner. Exasperated voices came from behind, but in front of a dozen dragon weapons and dragon crystals, no one was willing to retreat. They all chased after the boat. Along the way, they saw some spatial beasts, but they were all low-grade. Their combat power was not strong, only at the peak of 9th grade. There were many spatial beasts here. When they saw Chen and the others, they quickly rushed over and used spatial strangulation. Swoosh! The dragon bone boat turned into a stream of light and flew away. The The spatial beasts' attacks missed. Unwilling to give up, they began to chase. Zichen's goal was to find those spatial beasts. It was not easy for them to come out, and they were risking their lives. It was necessary for them to get enough spoils of war in one go. After passing through the low-grade spatial beasts and reaching the middle-grade spatial beasts territory, Zichen and the others did not stop. They continued to move forward. They knew that Zichen killed a first-grade dragon warrior in an instant, but they still dared to follow. Naturally, they had strong combat power and confidence. They directly chased after them. Zichen and the others soon reached the area of the high-grade spatial beasts. Zichen said in a deep voice, "Dongqing." Dongqing nodded. A space appeared in front of them, and Xiao Kong came out. Compared to before, Xiao Kong's body was bigger. The light around his body was brighter, and his eyes were flashing with human-like light. Dongqing patted his head and said softly, "Xiao Kong, it's up to you now." Xiao Kong nodded and then disappeared from the dragon bone boat. The dragon bone boat gradually slowed down. Everyone released their perception. The next moment, they felt that the space around them began to fluctuate violently. There were also faint strange sounds. Seeing the dragon boat in their line of sight, Zichen said, "Lei Long, speed up." Lei Long accelerated again and soon left them behind. However, it did not continue to go deeper. Instead, it kept circling around the area of the high-grade spatial beasts. During this period of time, many aborigines rushed over and surrounded the area. Chapter 1762. The natives finally caught up with the intruders, and they saw the dragon bone ship from afar. They were preparing to surround the intruders, kill them, and seize their treasures. Suddenly, a space behemoth appeared out of thin air behind the dragon bone ship. The space beast appeared without a sound and swallowed the intruders along with the ship. Everyone was dumbfounded at the sight of this, and they all cried out. Those intruders had more than a dozen dragon weapons and dragon claws. They hadn't even snatched the weapons yet, so how could they be swallowed by the space beast? Swoosh! Swoosh! Immediately, dozens of people jumped off the dragon bone ship and shot toward the space beast. But before they could get close, the space beast hid itself and disappeared. Find it. Find it. Even if we have to flip the space around, we must find it. A series of roars rang out as the dragon warriors spread out from the place where the space behemoth had disappeared. They used their realm powers to scan the surroundings, trying to find the space behemoth that had just disappeared. More than 80% of the natives here were dragon warriors, and there were more than 100 of them. Among them, there were nearly 10 fourth-grade dragon warriors, and none of the fifth-grade dragon warriors came. The other dragon warriors also spread out in all directions, and kept releasing their realm power to search for the space beast. Hum. 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 All of a sudden, the surrounding space began to tremble. The frequency of the shaking was very low at first, but it soon expanded, and the whole space started to shake. A sense of crisis rose in the hearts of the dragon warriors. They naturally knew what was going on. Not good. It's a group of space beasts. A group of space beasts meant that they came out to hunt. Such a situation was rare, let alone when so many dragon warriors were gathered together. The space started to shake violently, and the space strangulation technique appeared from all directions, rushing toward the natives. Pu. Pu. Facing these layers of spatial attacks, some peak 9th stage experts couldn't react in time, and their bodies were cut open by the space, and their souls were destroyed. Some tried to escape into their own domain, but it was useless. The strangulation technique covered all space, and trying to escape would only cause their domain to collapse. For a moment, all kinds of miserable screams were heard, and severed limbs were scattered all over the place, floating up and down. This was Zichen's plan. With Dongqing's pet as the foundation, he gathered many space beasts here. Xiao Kong's stealth skills were as good as those of the best space beasts. It could hide among the space beasts without being discovered. After the first round of spatial strangulation, there were very few ordinary natives left alive. However, the dragon warriors were still alive. Even the level 1 dragon warriors were barely able to withstand this wave of unexpected attacks. Of course, they were all injured, and some were even seriously injured. After the attack, The spatial beasts appeared. They came from all directions, and there were no less than 100 of them. Seeing so many spatial behemoths, the dragon warriors' expressions changed drastically, and their scalps went numb. Damn it, why are there so many space beasts? A rank 4 dragon warrior cursed and slashed forward. A misty world force appeared and enveloped one of the space behemoths. Under the influence of the space beasts were slowed down, as if the flow of time had slowed down. In the distance, Zi Chen saw this clearly. It was the same as when he was attacked by Black Flame. He didn't notice anything unusual. Back then, he was shocked when he saw this move. However, as his rank increased, Zi Chen, who had reached the 9th rank, was able to see the essence of this move. The space beasts were indeed special. It was a more advanced energy, but it was not perfect. The attack was not enough, but it was also mysterious. The move seemed to be slow, but in fact, it landed on the space beasts in an instant, breaking their defense and leaving a deep wound. The space beasts were in pain. They turned around and dashed toward the dragon warrior. The same scene played out in other places as well. Grade 4 dragon warriors were indeed very powerful, but they simply couldn't kill these spatial behemoths in one hit. Through the battle between the two sides, Zi Chen and the others could clearly sense the combat strength of these so-called grades. Level 4 and 5 space beasts were equivalent to high-grade space beasts. Although they hadn't seen level 6 and 7 space beasts before, they might be comparable to top-grade space beasts. As for level 5 space beasts, Zi Chen didn't dare to guess. The space beasts were too mysterious. When everyone saw it, they were a little afraid. However, through the space beasts, the power seemed to be nothing special. Of course, this was for the proud sons of heaven like Zi Chen. If it was an ordinary 9th rank or even a peak 9th rank existence, as long as they didn't comprehend the space beasts, they wouldn't be a match for the dragon warrior. The attacks of the space beasts were very fierce. The space strangulation technique and the comprehension of space were endless. Gradually, the dragon warriors started to suffer casualties. At the moment of death, the dragon warriors were very unwilling. As for the injured ones, they kept dodging and retreating. At the same time, they were cursing in their hearts. The dragon warriors of level 1 and level space beasts usually formed groups to find trouble with mid-grade space beasts. They were already very proud of themselves. They didn't dare to come here. As for the ordinary natives, they were cursing their bad luck. Why did they come here? Weren't they just throwing their lives away? Other than the dragon warriors of level 3 and level 3 who were still persevering, the others had already decided to retreat or watch from afar. However, they forgot that the space beasts were also intelligent. They knew the principle of picking soft persimmons to pinch. The space beasts fluctuated again. A new batch of space beasts came. They weren't attracted by Xiao Kong. Instead, they were attracted by the fluctuations of the battle and the smell of blood. As a result, the dragon warriors of level 1 and level space beasts who were about to retreat suffered a tragedy. Under the stacked attacks of the space strangulation, almost half of them fell. The other half barely blocked the attacks. When they raised their heads and saw the space beasts approaching, they were all in despair. 2 warriors of the 4th rank joined forces and killed a spatial colossus. Pu. At the same time, the other level 3 warriors joined forces. They also saw the effect of the space beasts dying one after another. More than 70% of the natives who came this time had died. The remaining weaker ones ran away immediately. There were still some who were still fighting. We can start now. Zi Chen, who was watching this scene, had a cold killing intent in his eyes. Xiao Kong opened his mouth and spat out the dragon bone ship. Everyone appeared and flew toward the battlefield. Die! A level 4 warrior, with a hideous smile on his face, attacked a space beast in front of him forcefully. Suddenly, he felt a sense of danger and turned around instantly. He saw an ape-type monster and recognized it as an invader. His eyes flashed and level 4 realm energy circulated around his body. At this moment, the demonic ape stretched out its hand toward him. Rays of black light shot out and shrouded his body like chains. The power he had just mobilized was immediately stopped. All the power in his body seemed to be drained in an instant. Such a change shocked him. Just as he was about to cry out in alarm, the demonic ape in front of him swung its long staff and smashed it down. Man-Sha rushed toward a level 4 warrior. After transforming, he swung his mace down and shouted, "Demonic ape, let's fight." "Let's see." Before he could finish his words, an explosion came from afar. The demonic ape had smashed a level 4 dragon warrior's body with one blow. Seeing this, Man-Sha couldn't help but be stunned. The attack on his mace became even more terrifying and smashed down. The level 4 dragon warrior was sent flying. The realm energy around him dissipated as he retreated, but he managed to keep his life. It was obvious who was superior. Man-Sha was a little unconvinced. He rushed forward again, not giving the level 4 dragon warrior a chance to breathe. In other places, Shun Tian and the others also attacked one after another. They didn't deliberately compete. The opponents they found were either level 3 or level 4. For a moment, all kinds of energy flashed and the dragon warriors died one after another. Zichen didn't go forward. He stood far away and the divine dragon bow appeared in his hand. The longbow was drawn into a full moon. The black dragon god arrow had turned golden. Of course, he couldn't be careless when dealing with these dragon warriors. Buzz. The bowstring vibrated and Zichen released the arrow. A golden dragon shot out and went straight for the level 4 dragon warrior. The latter immediately felt a sense of danger. His figure changed constantly and began to display his understanding of space. At the same time, the realm energy in front of him formed a defense. Unfortunately, he wasn't Liu Zhentian and Zichen wasn't level 9 intermediate. The opponent couldn't dodge the lifelock of the dragon god arrow. Puff! The realm energy of the level 4 shook slightly and was penetrated by the dragon god arrow. Then, the dragon god arrow penetrated the level 4 dragon warrior's forehead. Killing people was always easier than killing beasts. The destructive power in the golden light annihilated the opponent's soul. After killing the enemy, Zichen released another arrow. This time, it was the level 4 dragon warrior. He saw the death of his companion. Without saying a word, he immediately opened the domain world and hid in it. Puff! The dragon god arrow pierced through space and disappeared into thin air. After about 3 breaths, the dragon god arrow reappeared in the space. The level 4 dragon warrior's body fell out. Then, the domain world broke open and the fragments scattered everywhere. After killing 2 level 4 dragon warriors with 2 arrows, Zichen was expressionless. The golden true dragon feather appeared on the divine dragon bow again. Run! Facing such a method of instant killing, who could be a match? The remaining people didn't say a word and hid in the space, ready to escape. Buzz! Zichen released the 3rd arrow. The devil ape teleported in front of a level 4 dragon warrior. Man-Sha finally finished off his opponent and stopped the second one. The others followed. During this time, Xiao Kong guided the figures of the hidden dragon warriors. In this battle, except for a few weak ones who escaped, none of the people on the 3rd or 4th floor escaped. The battle ended quickly, but it wasn't time to clean up the battlefield. They still had to deal with these space beasts. Kill. Another massacre had begun. The surviving natives were already scared out of their wits. They drove the dragon bone boats and fled to the extreme. Not long after, they saw several dragon bone boats. There was one person standing at the bow of each boat. Chapter 1763. The 5-layer realm force was equivalent to a commander in extreme gold. In this operation, they were the true experts who were in charge and did not participate in the encirclement. 9 invaders who were suppressed by the rules and had the strength of late-stage 9th tier. So what if they had dragon weapons and dragon armor? In front of so many dragon warriors and under the realm force, they would definitely die. This was common sense that everyone knew. However, the truth was that all the dragon warriors who came were wiped out. This made the few level 5 dragon warriors who received the news extremely gloomy. Their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Let's go. The invaders were unexpectedly strong, but they did not retreat. Without hesitation, they steered the dragon bone ship into the depths. Clearly, they were going to fight personally. When the people who escaped saw this scene, they could not help but be tempted. Although they did not expect to take advantage of the situation, they could still go and watch the battle. Ever since the invaders appeared in extreme gold, they had become the focus of the entire city. After all, they were the first and only batch to come here alive. They also had top-notch dragon weapons. Including this trip, many forces were paying attention to them. Immediately, the news that the first batch of over 100 people had been wiped out spread. This caused an uproar in extreme gold. Level 3 and 4 dragon warriors, who were equivalent to deputy commanders, were all dead. When Bo Jian heard the news, his heart could not help but skip a beat. At the same time, he recalled what Zi Chen had said. Is there no battle restriction outside of extreme gold? What do you want to do? I'm preparing to go out and hunt space beasts. I'm afraid of being ambushed by other natives. Humph, you're honest. Leave extreme gold and you'll die. Zi Chen nodded and left after thanking him. Bo Jian's face was a little gloomy. Now that he recalled his attitude, cold sweat appeared on Bo Jian's forehead. They were so strong. At the same time, all kinds of news spread to every corner of extreme gold. While the crowd was in an uproar, the number of people who dared to target the invaders decreased significantly. As for the old man in charge of the transaction, he nodded with a smile and could not help but say, in that case, their harvest will be quite good. Looks like we need to prepare more dragon origins. After that, news of 10 level 5 dragon warriors hunting down the invaders spread. The old man muttered, how many level 4s would they be able to kill? A mere level 5 wouldn't be enough. They would need to be at least level 6 or 7. The old man was not the only one who could see this problem. Many people who were observant could guess it as well. In an instant, many people were tempted. A level 6 commander pondered for a moment before saying, it seems that we need to make a trip there. Another person beside him said, they are only in the late stage of the 9th tier. Is there really a need? The previous one said, under normal circumstances, they wouldn't even be able to defeat a level 1 warrior, but now, they have killed dozens of level 3 or level 4 warriors. I heard that they all have top-grade beast pills, which are equivalent to us level 5 or 6 warriors. Not only do we have to go, we also have to convince a dragon envoy to go. Dragon envoys, don't even think about it. I've already received news that the higher-ups have sent a message that they are not allowed to attack those invaders. A middle-aged man with a cold expression walked in from outside. When the commanders saw this person, they all stood up and said, Commander Han, why are you here? Compared to them, who were comparable to commanders, this Han was a true commander. It was said that his combat power was not weaker than a level 7 dragon envoy. He was publicly recognized as the strongest person below the dragon envoys. Han stepped forward and said, I'm here to inform you. Don't waste your time. It seems that the higher-ups have already made arrangements for them. A level 6 dragon warrior asked, this is an order from the higher-ups. That's not it. It's just news. What? Do you have other ideas, Due? Due sneered and said, since it's not news, it means that the higher-ups have different opinions. They are invaders after all. As long as we kill them, there will be many people who will support us. Han frowned and said, according to the news I received, you level 6 dragon warriors might not be able to kill them. Due smiled mysteriously. What if we can find a dragon envoy to help us? Han said, that news is targeted at the dragon envoy. They might not do anything. Due said with certainty, others might not, but our golden dragon envoy will definitely do something. Golden dragon envoy. Everyone was shocked. They couldn't help but think of this dragon envoy who had just arrived not long ago. This dragon envoy's origin was very mysterious. He was also very arrogant. He dared to challenge a level 8 dragon envoy when he just arrived, and the latter couldn't do anything to him. Although he hadn't appeared for a while, those who knew about the golden dragon envoy knew that he was a bold person. He didn't care about news from the higher-ups. Thinking about the temptation of those dragon soldiers, they decided to give it a try. Due, come with me. The rest of you wait here. Commander Han called out and took Due to find the golden dragon envoy. The golden dragon envoy had a courtyard to himself. The surrounding walls and the door were all emitting a brilliant golden light. Han Yu greets the Golden Dragon Envoy, Han Yu shouted outside the door. Come in. The Golden Dragon Envoy's voice sounded. The door opened automatically. As soon as they entered the courtyard, the two felt a wave of pressure. The whole courtyard was filled with a holy aura. The two of them became even more cautious as they entered. The door opened automatically. A figure emitting golden light sat on a praying mat. The golden light enveloped the whole room, making the whole room emit an aura of peace, tranquility, benevolence, and benevolence. The Golden Dragon Envoy sat cross-legged. His robe was also shining with golden light. He looked like a Buddha. That's right, this Golden Dragon Envoy was an eminent monk. The golden light was also Buddhist light. Although they couldn't remember when there had been an eminent monk in their world, the Golden Dragon token was real. This was a real Dragon Envoy, not a Dragon Envoy with the strength of a Dragon Envoy. After the two of them greeted each other, Han Yu said carefully, reporting to the Golden Dragon Envoy, we have a few invaders here. Invaders. The Golden Dragon Envoy opened his eyes. The golden light around him became even brighter. The Buddhist light illuminated everything. His face was full of compassion. Yes. These invaders are very savage. They are wantonly slaughtering our people. Their cultivation levels are not high. They are only at the late stage of level 9, but each of them is holding a dragon soldier. Han Yu quickly informed the Golden Dragon Envoy about the invaders. Upon hearing this, the senior monk with a friendly smile immediately stood up and said sternly, outrageous. I didn't even have any dragon weapons or dragon armor with me when I came to Extreme Jin. Yet, these invaders actually have one for each of them and are even richer than the others. Are they trying to challenge me? The two of them were delighted. After exchanging glances, they secretly raised their heads to look at the Golden Dragon Envoy. At this moment, there was no longer any compassion on his face. It was obvious that his face was full of malice. Amitabha. Where are the benefactors of the invaders? The Golden Dragon Envoy quickly controlled his emotions. His face was once again filled with compassion. The two of them were full of admiration for his quick change of expression. They are still slaughtering, Han Yu immediately said. Amitabha. The benefactors of the invaders are too murderous. As the Buddha said, if I don't enter hell, who will? Please lead the way. This old monk wants to stop this. The Golden Dragon Envoy put his palms together. He looked solemn. But the higher-ups just said that we are not allowed to touch the invaders, Han Yu said with a troubled expression. That's not right. These demons must be subdued, and the dragon soldier, the root of all evil, must be taken back. Amitabha. As the saying goes, if I don't enter hell, who will? This old monk will bear all the responsibility. The two of them were overjoyed and immediately nodded. As soon as they left, they heard that the 10 fifth-grade dragon warriors had all died. The two of them were shocked. They were secretly glad that they called the Golden Dragon Envoy. These invaders are too murderous. They must be subdued immediately, the Golden Dragon Envoy urged with a compassionate expression. Du Wei immediately called the other 6th-grade warriors. Including the Golden Dragon Envoy, there were 11 of them. They immediately flew out of Extreme Jin. When the cultivators in the city heard that the Golden Dragon Envoy was going to subdue the demons, they were in an uproar. They didn't expect that the late-stage 9th-grade invaders would send a dragon envoy. After all, even the weakest dragon envoy was at least a 7th-grade realm power. The Golden Dragon Envoy was even more impressive. It was said that when he first came here, he didn't use any realm power. Even a dragon envoy who had comprehended an 8th-grade realm power couldn't do anything to him. Once the Golden Dragon Envoy appeared, it was obvious that the battle would end here. Everyone quietly waited for the result. The 11 of them rented the fastest boat, but the Golden Dragon Envoy seemed to think that it was too slow. He directly sat down cross-legged. The next moment, a golden true dragon appeared behind him. The true dragon merged with the Dragonbone ship, and the pitch-black Dragonbone ship began to emit a golden Buddhist light. Whoosh! Then the Golden Dragon boat turned into a beam of light and disappeared from this space. Not long after the battle ended, Chen and the others encountered the second wave of 10 fifth-grade warriors. These existences were comparable to high-grade spatial beasts. They could even kill supreme-grade spatial beasts, let alone high-grade spatial beasts. When the 10 arrived, they had clearly divided the battle strategy. They used their domain worlds and separated the invaders, preparing to defeat them one by one. Chen's body shone with golden and silver light. Then he shot 3 arrows and killed 3 of them. The others also finished their battle one after another. 10 fifth-grade dragon warriors died. After the battle, Chen no longer held back. He began to shoot spatial beasts one by one. Everyone had gained a lot today. But everyone knew that if they killed a 5th-grade beast, a 6th-grade beast would probably come back. Perhaps a 7th-grade beast would also be attracted. Chen gestured for everyone to quickly clean up the battlefield. Then they headed deeper into the area where supreme-grade spatial beasts were. Chen's goal was to leave the upcoming battle there. If they couldn't win, they would find a way to return to Extreme Jin. As they moved forward, Wu Xie, as the butler, was counting their gains. Speaking of which, other than the spatial beast cores, they could also sell the other spoils for a good price. This was also Chen's plan. Since they took the risk to go out once, they could get all the gains at once. There was no need to take the risk a second time. Everyone moved quickly, but the pursuers were even faster. A golden light appeared behind them. In the blink of an eye, it approached them and turned into a person. Chapter 1764. The figure formed by the golden light was a rather fat monk. He had a fat head and big ears. His whole body was emitting pure Buddhist light. He looked solemn as he looked at the crowd with a benevolent face. Suddenly seeing the monk shrouded in Buddhist light, the crowd's expression changed slightly. They thought that the monk was so fast. They couldn't help but be wary. During this time, Chen and the demon ape widened their eyes in disbelief. Amitabha. The sea of bitterness is boundless. Repent and you'll see the shore. Benefactors, please lay down your butcher's knife and become Buddhas. The Golden Dragon Ambassador put his palms together and chanted the name of Buddha again. The Buddhist light around him became even more dazzling. There was a peaceful aura. Under the cover of the Buddhist light, coupled with the monk's benevolent smile, the crowd actually had the thought of converting. This made them feel uneasy. They almost fell for it. This was a very dangerous monk. Usually, at this time, the demon ape would be the first to make a move. This was because he couldn't stand others playing tricks. The sea of bitterness and the shore were all useless. The only useful thing was to smash down with his staff. Every time this happened, the demon ape's speed would be faster than Man-Shu's. This made Man-Shu feel that his limelight had been stolen. This time, the demon ape was stunned when he saw the monk. This made Man-Shu, who seized the opportunity, laugh loudly and shouted, "Bald monk, die." As soon as he finished speaking, Man-Shu transformed and smashed down with the mace in his hand. This powerful attack could even shatter the space. With a terrifying power, Man-Shu couldn't help but feel proud. 30% of his pride was due to his combat strength, while the other 70% was due to his speed. Amitabha. The monk put his palms together and chanted the name of Buddha. Around his body, Buddhist light surged, and a light shield formed by pure Buddhist power appeared. Above the light shield, there were old monks chanting Buddhist mantras. For a moment, the whole space was filled with the sound of loud bells chanting Buddhist scriptures. Man-Shu's mace smashed down with a powerful force, smashing onto the monk's head. A violent power surged out, shattering the surrounding space. A loud tremor sounded out, and a golden light flashed on the light barrier, causing a layer of ripples to appear. A repulsive force appeared, and Man-Shu was sent flying along with his weapon. What? Seeing this scene, Shuntian and the others' expressions changed greatly. They knew very well how powerful Man-Shu's attack was. Among those present, no one dared to say that they would just sit there and let him hit them, not even Chen. However, such a powerful attack was unable to break through the monk's defense. Instead, he was sent flying. Kill. Not to mention its battle prowess, just its defense alone was enough to make them feel extremely fearful. The others no longer hesitated and attacked one after another, displaying their strongest techniques. Clang! Shantiandao's attack, which was imbued with a sliver of the heavenly path's power, landed on the Buddha's light. A clanging sound rang out, and Shantiandao was knocked back. Shangguan Hong raised his hand and shot out a green light dot. After coming into contact with the Buddha's light, it bounced back. Dongqing's spiritual sense attack could ignore any kind of energy defense. However, when it came into contact with the defensive light shield, it was also blocked. Book of Destiny, break. Fortune teller pointed at the Book of Destiny with one hand. The pages of the book flipped to the 8th page, and a golden light fell. After the golden light landed on the Buddha's light, it only caused a few ripples before dissipating into thin air. Immediately after, Wu Xie's light of destruction was also blocked. After blocking several attacks from the crowd, the Buddha's light was faintly dimmed. As the next Buddhist chant sounded, the Buddha's light defense was restored to its original state. How could this be? Everyone's expression changed again. They were all shocked by the monk's powerful defense. At this moment, only Zi Chen and the devil ape did not make a move. The two had already recovered from their previous loss of composure. Seeing the benevolent monk, they were unhappy. Zi Chen turned to look at the devil ape. The latter nodded and clenched the black staff in his hand. The runes on the black staff lit up, and a violent aura emerged. Amitabha. The sea of bitterness is boundless. Turn back and the shore is at hand. The monk's expression was solemn as he chanted again. Turn back, you bald donkey. The devil ape roared angrily. His body changed instantly, turning into a tall demonic shadow. Dense and pure demonic aura was released from his body. The devil ape can transform too. It was the first time they saw the devil ape transform. Each of them widened their eyes in shock. The transformed devil ape was in a completely berserk state. The aura around him was abnormally terrifying. The benevolent monk's expression changed slightly. Boom! The devil ape smashed down with his staff, shattering the space directly. The black staff left a black hole wherever it passed and smashed onto the defensive light shield around the monk. Torrential energy surged, and the defensive light shield around the monk began to tremble. Waves of terrifying energy surged in all directions from where the two collided. Amitabha. The Buddha's light shone around the monk. The pure Buddha's power maintained the light shield and did not break. The violent energy gradually dissipated. The devil ape took 3 steps back. There was a hint of coldness in his red eyes. He said, "It's still harder than a turtle shell." Wang. After the devil ape, Zi Chen's body glowed. The power of gold and silver lightning began to circulate. He clenched his fist tightly. The 9 Xing Chen pearls in his chest were connected. Wave after wave of energy was injected into his fist. Boom. He took a step forward, clenched his fist, and punched. The fist light that was infused with various types of energy exploded on the monk's body. The terrifying energy surged. The monk, who was sitting cross-legged, retreated for the first time. The defensive light shield on the surface of his body kept trembling. The image of the old monk within it gradually dimmed. A hint of surprise flashed in the monk's eyes. But that was it. The Buddha's superpower that was known as the strongest defense in the world was not something that could be broken by a guy of a lower realm. Amitabha. Lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha. The monk who retreated had a hint of pride on his face. He said seriously again. At this point, everyone had made their move. But none of them could break through the opponent's defense. Manchu and the rest looked more and more serious. In comparison, Zi Chen and the devil ape were much more relaxed. The devil ape had ended its transformation. The madness in its eyes had also dissipated. The aura that made people's hearts palpitate also disappeared. After a brief exchange of blows, the rank 6 dragon warriors finally arrived and surrounded everyone. At this moment, they were more confident because they had felt the energy fluctuation just now. It was very terrifying, but it couldn't even break through the Golden Dragon Ambassador's defense. The Golden Dragon Ambassador who had such a strong defense was naturally stronger. Dragon Ambassador, these are the invaders. They have many dragon weapons and dragon armors on them. Du Wei pointed at Zi Chen and the rest. He couldn't suppress the excitement in his eyes. When they saw that these people were all in the late stage of level 9, they were surprised. They couldn't help but underestimate these people. Not only were they at the peak of level 9, but they had also comprehended 6 levels of realm power. Their combat strength was incomparably strong. Amitabha. Today, this old monk is here. Benefactors of the invaders, please let go of the source of evil, the monk said seriously. Dream on. Mansha said angrily. Although he was afraid of this monk, he wasn't afraid of these people. Zi Chen said with a faint smile, the source of evil? You're talking about those dragon weapons? Yes. Zi Chen asked again, you already have a turtle shell. Isn't that enough? Han Yu shouted, impudent. Don't be rude to the Golden Dragon Ambassador. Zi Chen curled his lips and said, TSK, Golden Dragon Ambassador? You're just a bald thief. The monk put his palms together and said seriously, weapons are the source of all evil. Benefactors of the invaders, please let go of your weapons and become Buddhas. Amitabha. Mansha said angrily, bullshit. If we let go of our weapons, we'll only die faster. The monk said again, Amitabha. Monks don't lie. Monks are merciful. Han Yu and the rest looked at the monk with admiration. They were more and more certain about this matter. The devil ape curled his lips and sneered. Whoever believed this guy would most likely, no, definitely be unlucky. Zi Chen looked at this scene quietly. He also wanted to see what the monk was up to. He glanced at Wu Xie and said, give this guy a butcher's knife. Wu Xie was stunned. It didn't seem to be Zi Chen's style to give it to him directly. Although he was puzzled, he didn't ask much. He took out a dragon knife and threw it to the monk. How can one be enough? We want all the weapons and dragon armor. Seeing that these people really had more than a dozen sets, Han Yu's eyes flashed with eagerness and he shouted sternly. That's right. Hand over all the dragon weapons and dragon armor. The others shouted excitedly. After taking away the dragon knife, the monk was expressionless. He still looked like he bemoaned the state of the universe and pitied the fate of mankind. At the same time, he said again, Amitabha. Sometimes, defense is also a sin. Shun Tian and the others were angry. When did defense become a sin? If this situation could be considered a sin, then how much of a sin was that unbreakable defense just now? Although they had never seen this monk before, they had already experienced his shamelessness. Zi Chen and the devil ape didn't think so. This was a real monk. He always had some excuses to take your things. Of course, this guy didn't come up to rob them directly. It was all because of him and the devil ape. Of course, it could also be said that he was afraid of their combat strength. If it were someone else, it wouldn't matter if they were from the same region or not. The devil ape asked, you have the turtle shell, but you still want the dragon armor. Amitabha. Benefactor, you misunderstand. I just want to reduce your sin. Buddha said that sin is the root of destruction. This guy was still so shameless. Zi Chen sneered and said, give him the dragon armor. Wu Xie was doubtful, but he still threw the dragon armor to the monk. After the monk took the dragon armor, there was a hint of joy on his face and his compassion dissipated a little. Zi Chen looked at him with a faint smile and asked, what do you think? The monk put his palms together and said solemnly, Amitabha. There can be no greed in the world. Greed is the root of destruction. After saying that, the monk spread his hands and a large amount of Buddhist light scattered in all directions. In the blink of an eye, a field of Buddhist light appeared and shrouded everyone, blocking the sight in the distance. The monk, who was full of kindness, now had an evil look on his face. Chapter 1765. The battle has begun, the battle has begun. I can't see anything. They must be fighting. Against the Golden Dragon Ambassador, these invaders will definitely die. The golden light enveloped heaven and earth, and the spectating natives could not see anything, but they were still cheering loudly. They had arrived late and did not see the previous battle. They only saw the invaders giving the Golden Dragon Ambassador weapons. They naturally guessed that the invaders were afraid of the Golden Dragon Ambassador. One side was a late-stage 9th-tier heavenly sovereign, while the other side was a 6th-tier heavenly sovereign. The Golden Dragon Ambassador was even a 7th-tier heavenly sovereign. Even if these late-stage 9th-tier heavenly sovereigns had dragon weapons and dragon armor, they would definitely not be a match for the invaders. While they were cheering, they did not realize that danger was approaching. A spatial behemoth that was shimmering with colorful light was hiding in the space and making its way toward them. The space trembled silently, and layers of ripples appeared, enveloping everyone. Some of the natives were still laughing, but their laughter was suddenly cut into several parts, and they became very uncoordinated. Wherever the ripples passed, their bodies were torn apart, and their souls that had escaped with great difficulty were also destroyed by the spatial ripples. In just one attack, all the natives who had come to join in the fun were killed. Severed limbs floated in the air along with the ripples of energy. Xiao Kong's figure appeared, and its eyes were cold. It opened its mouth and inhaled, swallowing all the shattered flesh. When there was not even a drop of blood left in the air, its figure disappeared again. Amidst the golden light, an unexpected battle was taking place. Seeing how terrified the invaders were, Han Yu and the others were very satisfied and even more confident. In their eyes, taking away all the dragon weapons and dragon armor was a piece of cake. The Golden Dragon Ambassador was not satisfied with just a set of weapons. After taking away the dragon armor, he raised his hand and shot out a golden light, which turned into a temporary Buddhist light domain. When they saw the Buddhist light domain, they were not shocked but delighted. They all thought that it was to prevent the invaders from escaping. At the same time, Han Yu and the others were also very alert, in case the invaders counterattacked before death. They guessed the former, but not the latter. The attack did not come from the invaders, but from the Golden Dragon Ambassador. A very pure Buddhist light hit Han Yu from behind. The huge force caused Han Yu to lose his balance and fly forward involuntarily. He exclaimed in surprise, his face full of confusion. With a flash of light, Zi Chen appeared in front of Han Yu. His eyes were extremely cold as he looked at Han Yu. Han Yu first heard a dragon's roar, and then saw a golden true dragon rushing toward him. Then, the golden true dragon transformed into a golden dragon spear and pierced through his heart. Ah! The dragon's spear pierced through his chest. Han Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. He was the strongest person below the dragon envoys, and was extremely confident in his own battle prowess. Even if he faced a dragon envoy, he would not be afraid. However, he never would have thought that his heart would be pierced by a late-stage 9th heaven cultivator today. He couldn't understand why a late-stage 9th layer attack was so powerful that it could break through his defense in one strike, even though it wasn't his strongest defense. At the same time, he couldn't understand why the Golden Dragon Ambassador attacked him. However, he was not afraid. He was merely in the late stage of the 9th layer, so this strike could only injure him. It could not kill him at all. Because of the difference in cultivation level between the two of them, the difference in their comprehension of the power of realms was even greater. However, in the next moment, a destructive force appeared in Han Yu's body. His vitality was completely destroyed, all the way to his soul. Han Yu's eyes widened, but there was no light in his eyes. There was still shock and unwillingness on his face. Poof! Zi Chen pulled out his spear, and Han Yu fell to the ground, dead. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Just as the monk attacked, the devil ape waved at Du Wei. Streaks of black light appeared on the surface of Du Wei's body. In the next moment, Du Wei felt the power in his body draining away. The energy flowing around him was also rapidly weakening. It was as if all of his power had been sucked out in an instant, causing his expression to change drastically. Boom! The devil ape smashed down with its staff. The void shattered, and a black hole spread until it reached the top of Du Wei's head. A frenzied energy was injected into Du Wei's mind, exploding his head and obliterating his soul. In the blink of an eye, the strongest 2 of the 10 6th level dragon warriors were killed. This scene happened too quickly, so fast that it was inconceivable, so much so that everyone present was in a state of shock. Man Shi and the others didn't understand why the monk would attack his own people. The 6th level dragon warriors also couldn't understand. Greed is a sin. The monk sat cross-legged. His aura was solemn and dignified, and he was once again benevolent. A golden dragon activated by Buddhist light appeared and flew toward a 6th-level warrior. Om Ma Ni. Immediately after, the 3-syllable mantra appeared. A mysterious energy wave spread out in all directions with the monk as the center. Under this energy wave, the 6th-level warriors began to hallucinate. It was as if they saw a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. They couldn't concentrate. Some people's spiritual thoughts were severely damaged, and they coughed up blood. Kill. Zichen's shout shook the spiritual sea of Manshi and the others, waking them up. They still had lingering fear on their faces. Just now, they felt the threat of death. The golden dragon of Buddhist light swept up a 6th-level warrior and obliterated his soul. The dragon spear in Zichen's hand pierced through another 6th-level warrior who had lost his mind. The others reacted and attacked one after another. The 6th-level warriors fell one after another. With the monk's betrayal, 10 6th-level warriors died one after another. The battle soon ended. The people who were cleaning up the battlefield still couldn't believe what they saw. Why would the monk, who was a native, help them? Could it be that he was bribed by the 2 weapons? But that shouldn't be the case. As long as they were killed, wouldn't they be able to get more weapons? Amitabha. Benefactor Zichen, long time no see. At this moment, the monk chanted Buddhist mantras and called out Zichen's name. All right, you bald thief, give me back my weapons. Zichen stepped forward with a smile and stretched out his hand. What do you mean? The monk retracted the Buddhist light around him and stared at Zichen. You have the turtle shell on you, so you don't need the dragon armor. If I'm not wrong, you still have the demon subduing pestle. You don't need the dragon weapon either. You don't need the 2 weapons. Now, give them back to me. Dream on. We haven't seen each other for many years. Now that we meet again, we should be crying. How dare you ask me for something? Zichen, you're still as shameless as before. You're the shameless one. Devil Ape, this guy doesn't want to return the weapons. What do you think we should do? Beat him. Devil Ape only had one word. Hehe, let's fight. I want to see if you guys are still as weak as before. 2 9th level. Late stage. The monk smiled proudly and deliberately emphasized the last sentence. Late stage will still kill you, bald donkey. Devil Ape's eyes flashed coldly and he transformed again. It was known that he didn't transform when he was fighting the other 6th-level warriors. After transforming, Devil Ape's aura became more violent and he attacked the monk with his staff. Good. The monk shouted and the Buddhist light around him surged. The demon subduing pestle appeared in his hand and he attacked the black staff. Clang. The sound of metal clashing was heard and Devil Ape retreated. The monk's body swayed and he took 2 steps back to dissolve the huge force. Dragon subduing. Then, a golden dragon rushed out and coiled towards Devil Ape. The dragon's roar resounded through heaven and earth. It was a golden dragon formed by pure Buddhist power. Tiger subduing. A tiger's roar shook the sky. Another golden tiger appeared and rushed towards Devil Ape from the other side. Puff. The golden tiger suddenly disappeared and a golden and silver thunder dragon appeared in another place. It carried an unparalleled aura and rushed towards the monk. Amitabha. Facing the golden and silver thunder dragon, the monk's defense appeared. It was naturally the strongest defense in the world. The thunder dragon continued to attack the light barrier, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. The energy that leaked out shattered the surrounding space. Manshi and the others were dumbfounded. Listening to the conversation, they were obviously friends and had known each other for a long time. But they didn't even talk for 3 sentences and they started fighting. Moreover, Zichen used 2 different powers in this battle. Devil Ape had also transformed and didn't intend to hold back at all. This battle was really a battle of life and death. For a moment, they didn't understand the relationship between the 2 sides. Were they friends and enemies? Boom. Energy vibrated. Devil Ape destroyed the golden dragon. Devil Chi surrounded it and it rushed towards the monk. After Zichen's attack, he struck again. The light shield, which was known as the strongest defense, began to distort and the old monk disappeared one by one. Again. Devil Ape was not convinced. It grabbed at the monk and displayed its magic. The power around the monk was instantly blocked and the strongest defense seemed to be dissipating. Zichen's powerful attack appeared. It was very fierce. Amitabha. Seeing this, the monk's expression changed drastically. He chanted the Buddhist chant again. Then, he turned into 1,000 and appeared in all directions. As Zichen's powerful attack landed, the monk's clones exploded one by one. At the same time, a destructive force spread in all directions until all the monk's clones exploded, leaving only one 1,000 meters away. At this moment, the light shield around the monk was extremely dim. It seemed like it would collapse with another attack. The strongest defense couldn't withstand the joint attack of Zichen and Devil Ape. The monk removed the light shield and said unhappily, "What's the point of teaming up against me? If you have the guts, fight me one-on-one. I'll take whatever you have." Seeing an enlightened monk suddenly turn into a bandit in front of them, Manshur and the others' jaws dropped. They couldn't get used to it. "If you want to fight, fight later. We can't stay here for long. How did you become a dragon envoy and a native?" Zichen put away his dragon spear and waved his hand. Speaking of this, the monk was also proud. He didn't come here on a dragon boat. Instead, he was specially attracted by a dragon bone boat. He didn't encounter any danger along the way. Everyone turned into a stream of light and headed deeper. On the dragon bone boat, Zichen introduced everyone to each other. Hearing that this was evil good monk, Manshur and the others couldn't help but blush with shame. Chapter 1766. Along the way, everyone was very curious about how the monk could become the dragon envoy of the Aborigines. According to the monk, he picked up a golden token in a small world where the Aborigines lived. In the end, he was lured here and became the dragon envoy. All the Aborigines only recognized the token and not the person, which was why there was the golden dragon envoy. Zichen asked doubtfully, "It is said that the dragon envoy has 70% realm power. You have already comprehended the realm power." The monk looked at Zichen as if he was looking at an idiot and said, "Are you an idiot? We are from the Zhonwu continent. Why would we comprehend their realm power? Our domain world can't be opened, and the realm power we comprehend is also from this world. When the time comes, it won't match with the autonomous world. Even if we become the realm master, we will be the weakest." Zichen was slightly startled and said, "In that case, the realm power here is useless to us. We came here for nothing." The monk looked at him with disdain. "Are you an idiot? That is the true realm power. It is something that many peak domain realm cultivators dream of. In their hearts, it is a priceless treasure. How can they not want it?" Zichen was puzzled. "First you said it was useless, then you said it was a treasure. What are you trying to say? Are you an idiot? Stop, if you say that I am an idiot, I will fall out with you and beat you up." Zichen clenched his fist and said angrily, "I think after not seeing you for so many years, you should have forgotten how powerful I used to be." The monk stood up and said unhappily, "Speaking of the past, I also fell out with you. Speaking of which, how many times have you cheated me?" Speaking of the past, Zichen was also angry. He stood up and said, "Who is the one who cheated who? I cheated you first, but after that, you cheated me of my heavenly book, and then reported me, causing me to be hunted down. And last time, you gave me an empty spirit ring, causing me to be hunted down, and, just like that, the two of them exposed each other on the boat." Shangguan Hong and the others couldn't help but cover their mouths and laugh. To put it bluntly, in this process, they were constantly trapping each other. When the crowd found out that the monk had cheated Zichen of some primordial stones and a weapon, then gave the priceless heavenly book to Zichen, they couldn't help but laugh. "All right, let's get down to business. What's the deal with the key to this world?" The two of them quickly returned to the main topic. Tyrant's expression turned solemn as he said, "It's said that in the depths of this world, there's a seal. Once the seal is broken, one can become the world overlord. At the same time, that's also the entrance to another world. It contains the secret to becoming a world overlord." "Really?" Everyone's eyes widened, and the demonic ape's face was filled with disbelief. "This is definitely true, but I don't know the specifics. Those old fellows are shrewd. Although they don't suspect my identity, they won't tell me the truth. Tyrant said, there's no doubt that this world is shattered. Actually, we can also comprehend the world energy here. But the moment we borrow the world energy here to break through, it would be equivalent to us losing our own world. We would be a world lord without a domain. What do you think the consequences would be? Everyone's expression changed when they heard this. In this way, it was equivalent to giving up an ocean and gaining a spiritual spring. Although there were great benefits for the time being, they would lose a spiritual sea in the future. So, what we need to do is to collect the world energy and bring it to our world. Then, we'll open the domain and refine it ourselves, leading the domain to change. Everyone understood this principle. It was to pour the spiritual spring into the ocean and let the entire ocean evolve into a spiritual sea. Although the process would be slow, what we'll get in the end is a spiritual sea. Although Tyrant was a dragon envoy, he didn't know much. They didn't expect to become a world overlord in the depths of this world, but they were determined to get the pure world energy. Next, everyone moved forward and went into the depths of this world to kill some supreme-grade spatial beasts. Since they were going out, they naturally needed to have a sufficient harvest. As for Xiao Kong, he was naturally the best bait. For some reason, when those giant space beasts sensed his presence, they would do everything they could to kill him. When Tyrant heard that Dongqing had subdued a spatial beast, he was quite surprised. As Xiao Kong appeared, Tyrant's expression changed slightly. He said in surprise, "It's a king beast. Although it's just a cub, it's still amazing." King beast? Everyone was puzzled. King beasts are even stronger than supreme-grade spatial beasts. They are the kings of the spatial beasts and rule over a region. As Tyrant explained, Dongqing looked at Xiao Kong with a questioning look. Xiao Kong shook its head innocently. It should be a poor guy who lost his memory. Tyrant looked at the spatial beast with pity and said, "But it doesn't matter. If you want to get your memory back, you just need to kill a king-grade spatial beast and refine it." Zichen asked, "Kill a king-grade spatial beast? Do you have it here?" Tyrant looked at Zichen and said, "A king-grade spatial beast is equivalent to a 9th-grade dragon warrior. At the very least, it's at least a 8th-grade one. You guys are confident in dealing with it." Whether it was an 8th-grade or 9th-grade spatial beast, they were all extremely powerful existences. No one had ever seen one before. Hearing Tyrant's words, they were naturally not confident. However, Zichen said confidently, "Of course, you just need to tell me where to find it. There will be one in every region. As long as we kill enough spatial beasts, we will naturally be able to lure out a king spatial beast." Zichen nodded and said, "Okay, let's start the slaughter now." If everyone wanted to break through again, they would need a lot of dragon origin. Plus, the thunder dragon would consume more energy, so they needed to accumulate more dragon origin. After releasing Xiao Kong, everyone waited patiently. Soon, they felt waves of spatial fluctuations. Dongqing reminded them, "They're coming." Everyone was ready for battle. Tyrant was a little surprised by Xiao Kong's efficiency. Buzz. The space trembled. The spatial strangulation technique covered the entire world. As for Xiao Kong, who was in the center, its figure flashed and dodged the spatial strangulation attack. Then, those supreme-grade spatial beasts appeared. They were all looking for their targets with red eyes. Swoosh. A gold and silver arrow shot out. It sometimes turned into an arrow and sometimes into a dragon. It pierced through the space between the eyebrows of a spatial beast. This attack represented Zichen's peak combat strength. Its terrifying energy instantly destroyed the spatial beast's soul. Tyrant's face changed when he saw this unreserved attack. Obviously, Zichen, who had a dragon weapon in his hand, had become stronger and more terrifying. The others also displayed their strongest attacks. Although they did not dare to say that they could instantly kill the supreme-grade spatial beasts, it was not a problem to injure them. Tyrant did not want to be outdone. He held the demon-subduing pestle tightly in his hand and flashed in front of a spatial beast. He ruthlessly pierced the beast's head. The spatial beast was in pain. Its body suddenly trembled and swayed left and right. After struggling for a while, it no longer made any sound. Swoosh. Swoosh. Powerful attacks were displayed one after another. Although they were not as strong as Tyrant, they were definitely not weak. One by one, the spatial beasts fell and died. Before everyone finished cleaning up the battlefield, Xiao Kong immediately went to find the second wave of spatial beasts. When Xiao Kong returned, the battlefield was already cleaned up. This repeated again and again. The forces waiting in the extreme darkness had not received any news from the invaders for a long time. Those who went to watch the show and report the news seemed to have disappeared into thin air. There was no news from them. Those who went after them did not see any trace of the Golden Dragon Ambassador or the other 6th grade warriors. They wanted to go deeper, but if they went any deeper, they would enter the territory of the supreme grade spatial beasts. Even one of those beasts would be very fatal. Of course, they did not believe that the Golden Dragon Ambassador had died. The only possibility was that he had chased them into the depths, where a battle might have broken out. They did not dare to go deeper. They could only wait patiently outside. No one expected that the Golden Dragon Ambassador, whom they respected, was accompanying the invaders to hunt supreme-grade spatial beasts. At the same time, he was quietly waiting for the king-grade spatial beasts to appear. One by one, the supreme-grade spatial beasts fell. Zi Chen and the others collected the spatial beast cores. As for the corpses, they were swallowed by Xiao Kong. He would slowly refine them in the future. After killing nearly 100 spatial beasts, the king-grade spatial beasts finally arrived. Fear appeared in Xiao Kong's eyes. In the next moment, the space around him became violent. Layers of spatial ripples appeared from all directions and moved toward Xiao Kong. These spatial ripples completely froze the surroundings. Xiao Kong could not escape at all. The spatial power wreaked havoc on his entire body. As if he was being cut into pieces, layers of fine wounds appeared on his body. In an instant, there was not a single part of his body that was intact. Without waiting for Zi Chen's instructions, Dong Qing immediately took Xiao Kong away. However, the spatial power in the surroundings was still vibrating. The ripples were still spreading, covering an area of a few miles. A gigantic spatial beast king appeared. It was more than 1,000 meters long. Its body shone with the color of spatial turbulence. Its tyrannical aura made people's hearts palpitate. Its cold eyes looked around with a hint of doubt. Finally, it landed on Zi Chen and the others. Obviously, the disappearance of the target just now was caused by these humans. Looking at this spatial beast, Tyrant's face was filled with worry. He then asked, "Are you sure you can deal with this big guy?" The others looked solemn. After seeing a beast king in person, they were more or less afraid. Before the battle, they could already feel how terrifying this big guy was. Zi Chen approached Tyrant and said, "Of course." Tyrant was puzzled. He asked, "How are you going to deal with it?" Zi Chen said, "Of course, one of us will be the main force. The others will spread out and attack." Bang! Chapter 1767. Zi Chen sent Tyrant flying with a kick. Tyrant would be a fool if he still couldn't react. He immediately cursed, "Zi Chen, you despicable bastard." Zi Chen sneered, "Humph, do you think it's so easy to get the dragon weapon? It's something we exchanged with our lives. Now, of course, you have to do something." It was the first time that Man Shu and the others saw Zi Chen being so disloyal. They were puzzled, and at the same time, they re-examined the relationship between the two. Go all out. Turning around, Zi Chen's expression turned serious as he began to notch an arrow. Damned beast, die. As Zi Chen kicked, Tyrant didn't stabilize his body and fall back. Instead, he shouted and rushed toward the Space King beast. Buzz. The space suddenly trembled. Space strangles appeared from all directions, rushing toward Tyrant from all directions. Amitabha. Tyrant's body shone with golden light as he activated his strongest defense. The space strangles from all directions forcibly impacted his strongest defense. Visible to the naked eye, the old monks on the strongest defense dimmed and disappeared one by one. Cracks also appeared on the strongest defense, and in the end, it exploded with a boom. The strongest defense was broken by the attack of the king-level Space King beast. However, the strongest defense blocked more than 80% of the attack for Tyrant. The rest was blocked by the dragon armor, so Tyrant wasn't injured. Dragon subduing, tiger subduing. The light of Buddha shone. A golden dragon and a golden tiger rushed out from Tyrant's left and right, heading toward the Space King beast in front. At the same time, Zi Chen and the others attacked with all their strength. Zi Chen first shot an arrow, then rushed forward with the spear. As he moved forward, he turned into a golden and silver thunder dragon, striking at the Space King beast's head. Heavenly seal. Shun Tian and the others tried their best to seal the space to prevent the king-level Space King beast from escaping. Zi Chen shot an arrow into the Space King beast's body, but it didn't immediately penetrate its body. The Space King beast's defense was very strong, and it had a deep understanding of space. When the dragon god's arrow went deep, it was blocked by layers of barriers. Boom! The demonic ape's rod smashed onto the other party's head, which was unable to dodge in time. Even the other party's enormous body swayed. However, it was only a light injury and did not leave behind any serious injuries. Boom! Man Sha followed closely behind, his mace smashing down with a loud bang. The two of them were like giants, attacking the Beast King from both sides. At the front, Tyrant's strongest defense appeared once again to prevent the second wave of attacks from the Space Beast. Shun Tian Dao, Fortune Teller, and Shangguan Hong were in charge of reinforcing the spatial beast's defenses. In an instant, all kinds of seals appeared on the surface of its body. Jin Qingcheng did not make a move. Instead, she used her energy to seal this space with great difficulty. Wu Xie's Light of Destruction, on the other hand, continuously landed on the spatial giant beast's wounds, strengthening the spatial power in turn. Facing the attacks of the crowd, the space beast was in pain. Every time its body trembled, it would cause the space to tremble, and the destructive power of space would spread out in all directions. A dragon's roar rang out as the lightning dragon appeared. Its body was thousands of meters long as it charged toward the spatial beast. Every attack of the lightning dragon could injure the spatial giant beast. It was definitely an extremely powerful combat force. In this battle, the crowd almost did not hold back. They all displayed their strongest combat strength. However, when facing this big guy, they were somewhat powerless. Fortunately, their combat strength was strong, and they were not ordinary existences. They could withstand this kind of exhaustion. In the continuous attacks, the wounds on the spatial giant beast's body increased. Its injuries became more and more serious, and in the end, its life was in danger. During this time, the spatial giant beast tried to escape several times, but it was stopped by the crowd. Helplessly, the spatial giant beast, knowing that it was going to die, launched a desperate counterattack. The violent spatial power in the surroundings fell on the crowd, causing them to vomit blood and fall back. Obviously, there was still a gap between their current combat power and that of the king-level spatial beasts. Similarly, there was also a large gap between them and the king-level dragon warriors. The moment the spatial giant beast died, Dongqing released Xiao Kong. It excitedly rushed toward the dead spatial giant beast. Xiao Kong's body was not as big as the spatial giant beast. However, when it opened its mouth, it was as if an entire world had opened. The psychedelic light kept flashing as it swallowed the spatial giant beast. After that, Xiao Kong looked a little weak and was kept by Dongqing. The spatial giant beast's final counterattack broke all the seals. Its scream also spread far and wide. The other supreme-grade spatial giant beasts were frightened and fled far away. It's time to go back. The battle was over. Everyone had achieved their goal. After exchanging all the resources they had, it was enough for everyone to break through to the late stage of the 9th level. Wait, Monk said. On the way back, everyone had a new plan. Monk was the first to return on the Dragon Bone ship. After him, Zi Chen, Demon Ape, and Dongqing returned. The Extreme Jin faction had not heard from the Golden Dragon Ambassador for a long time. As they waited, bad news began to spread. The news was that the Golden Dragon Ambassador and everyone else were dead. Although everyone could not believe it, they could not help but feel worried. Fortunately, this worry did not last long. They saw a Dragon Bone ship emitting golden light return. On the Dragon Bone ship sat a monk. It's the Golden Dragon Ambassador. The Golden Dragon Ambassador must have killed those invaders. The Golden Dragon Ambassador is back. Seeing the monk, everyone cheered. However, as the Dragon Bone ship approached, the cheering crowd was stunned. When they left, there were 11 people on the Dragon Bone ship. Now, only one person had returned. Moreover, the Golden Dragon Ambassador did not look well. He seemed to be seriously injured. For a moment, everyone was in an uproar. Could the invaders be so strong? The Golden Dragon Ambassador did not stop. After returning to the Extreme Jin faction, he returned to his residence and went into seclusion. However, the news of his injury still spread to every corner of the Extreme Jin faction. Now, everyone was guessing whether the invaders were dead or alive. Did the Golden Dragon Ambassador kill everyone? Or was he defeated by the invaders and forced to retreat? Everyone did not dwell on this question for too long because the invaders had returned. The Black Dragon Bone ship emitted lightning and arrived in the blink of an eye. The people who came to investigate were not at a high level. Naturally, they did not dare to resist and allowed the Dragon Bone ship to enter the Extreme Jin faction. They were in an uproar because there were 3 people on the Dragon Bone ship. In other words, the Golden Dragon Ambassador did not kill all the invaders. He only escaped. For a moment, the entire city was in an uproar. Everyone found it hard to accept this. Zi Chen returned to the Extreme Jin faction as quickly as possible. However, the news spread even faster. As soon as the Dragon Bone ship docked, many natives walked out of the Extreme Jin city. Their gazes were extremely unfriendly. This time, the invaders had killed too many aboriginals. However, Zi Chen was not afraid. He walked straight ahead. Dong Qing followed beside Zi Chen expressionlessly. The devil ape held the long rod tightly and followed beside Zi Chen. The group of natives had anger in their eyes, but they did not dare to step forward. Even the level 7 Golden Dragon Ambassador had returned in a sorry state. How could they dare to cause trouble? Unless a new Dragon Ambassador appeared. This situation did not happen until the invaders returned to the Extreme Jin faction. After arranging for the 2 of them to return to their residence, Zi Chen went to the trading hall. When the old man saw Zi Chen, he immediately greeted him with a smile. "You want to exchange for Dragon Origins?" Zi Chen nodded and said, "Yes." The old man smiled and said, "Same old rules. How much are you going to exchange?" Zi Chen pondered for a moment and said, "You know that I faced a lot of pursuers when I went out this time. I really didn't have time to kill too many interspatial beasts. I have some materials, but I wonder if I can exchange them." The old man said, "Of course, you can't exchange them, but I can help you exchange them for beast pills first. Of course, the price will be discounted. Then I'll have to trouble you." Zi Chen took out the materials he had prepared and put them all into an interspatial bag. He handed it to the old man. Although he had expected this, the old man's expression still changed when he saw Zi Chen's gains this time. "Hey, little friend, these are Dragon Bone ships. They're also considered as spoils." Suddenly, the old man saw some of the Dragon Bone ships among the materials and was stunned. He said in disbelief. Zi Chen smiled faintly and said, "Why not? These belong to the Extreme Jin faction. Even if the person controlling the Dragon Bone ships dies, the ships will come back on their own. They're not part of the deal. In their eyes, I'm an invader, and the entire Extreme Jin faction is hostile to me. Why should I follow the rules of the Extreme Jin faction? If these Dragon Bone ships can't be exchanged, I'll just take them back. We'll talk about it when the time comes." Zi Chen threatened to take back the Dragon Bone ships. The old man pondered for a moment and said, "That makes sense. How about this? I'll ask when the deal is done. If it doesn't work, I'll return them to you." Zi Chen nodded and said, "Then I'll have to trouble you." "Oh, and exchange all the beast cores for Dragon Origins." The old man's face immediately lit up when he heard this. He quickly went to take care of this matter. Zi Chen didn't wait for too long. He came back and said, "Those Dragon Bone ships have been sold, but they're private property after all. The price can't be too high. The total amount of resources you have is 110 beast cores." Zi Chen nodded. After all, on the battlefield, Many things would disappear along with the domain world. To be able to exchange so many beast cores was not a small amount. Alright, exchange them all for dragon origins. One beast core could be exchanged for 1,000 dragon origins. 110 beast cores were equivalent to 110,000 dragon origins. With so many dragon origins, it was enough for everyone, including Lei Long, to break through. The old man's stock was obviously enough. He directly gave Zi Chen 110,000 dragon origins. Because Zi Chen was a big customer, he gave him an extra 10 dragon origins. Chapter 1768. City Master. Zi Chen frowned when he heard that. Yes, the man said. He was not polite, but he did not have the hostility of the natives. The city lord represented the strongest person in Jin. For such an existence to suddenly invite him, Zi Chen was both surprised and puzzled. Suddenly, he thought of what the monk had said earlier. From what I know about the natives, they hate intruders. Under normal circumstances, even if you can make it here, you won't be able to enter Extreme Jin alive. There are less than 1,000 dragon soldiers in the first place, and now there are fewer and fewer of them. It's impossible for them not to be jealous. You guys are still alive, and you can even go out to hunt space beasts. It must be the orders from above. As for why they want you alive, I guess it must be because you guys still have some value. Tyrant did not know what their value was, but for safety reasons, they came up with a plan. Tyrant came back alone and pretended to be seriously injured. Zi Chen came back as the three of them. They did not expose their relationship. Okay, lead the way, Zi Chen said. No matter what the other party wanted, he had to meet them. On the way to the City Lord mansion, they met some of the indigenous people who looked at them with unfriendly gazes. However, Zi Chen did not mind. He believed that once they reached the outside world, they would definitely not dare to look at him with such eyes. The City Master's mansion was magnificent, and the City Master was a level 9 dragon warrior. Zi Chen was not worried about his safety. If the City Master wanted to kill him, he would not have waited until now, nor would he do it in the City Master's mansion. The City Master of Extreme Jin was a middle-aged man. He did not have the dignity that a City Master should have, and he did not have the aura of a superior. He looked very easygoing. You are Zi Chen. Not bad, not bad. I have heard about you guys. You guys are very good to be able to pass all the tests and come here. The City Master of Extreme Jin signaled Zi Chen to take a seat and poured a glass of water for Zi Chen. Zi Chen was very surprised by the City Lord's attitude, but he did not approve of the assessment he mentioned. However, he still thanked him symbolically. The Extreme Close City leader then said, I was going to ask you to come here a long time ago, but there have been a lot of things to do recently. It is not easy to find the time today. Zi Chen said, there are too many people in the city. The City Lord is naturally busy. The Extreme Close City Master sighed, that's right. The people who are summoned belong to many different forces. We have to take care of everything. The two of them chatted like this, but Zi Chen seemed to be absent-minded. May I know why the City Lord has summoned Zi Chen? Zi Chen finally asked the question in his heart. The City Lord smiled and said, young people these days really can't keep their cool. They can't even listen to a little complaint. Fine, I won't be long-winded then. Zi Chen, do you know about the seal at the end of the world? Seal. Zi Chen was startled. He shook his head and said, I have not heard of it, but I heard that there is a door at the end of the world that needs a key to open. There is an opportunity to become a realm lord. Oh, I think it is possible to become a ruler. The City Master laughed, it is just a rumor. You can't believe it completely. As for the ruler, we don't think it exists. However, that door does exist. It is the seal I mentioned. Zi Chen asked, oh, did the City Lord find a way to break the seal? The City Master sighed and said, there has always been a way. Unfortunately, the only thing missing is the opportunity. Have you heard that there is another world behind the door? I heard from Ju Tai that it is a high-level world. Only realm lords can enter. That world is real. It is another world of ours. A world that has not been taken over by the invaders. It was the first time Zi Chen heard this news. He was a bit surprised. This is not a rumor. It is a fact that can be verified. As if he was immersed in his memories, the city master said, "At that time, there were no invaders in this world. The rules of this world were complete. No one was suppressed by the rules. As long as one's potential was high enough, one's realm would continue to increase. At that time, after breaking through to Realm Lord, as long as one was willing, one could leave this world and go to that high-level world." Zichen listened quietly, but his heart was stirred. It was obvious that what the extreme close city master said was the real secret of this world. It is said that the high-level world was built for realm lords and above. There is pure realm power everywhere. It can greatly increase the strength and battle power of a realm lord. This was originally a normal world. However, in the end, it was invaded by the existence of other worlds. A battle broke out. This battle lasted for a long time. During this time, the rules of heaven and earth were gradually destroyed. Realm lords could not forcibly enter the high-level world. Therefore, the strongest of this world built a portal in the deepest part of the world. At the same time, they built a dragon boat to summon these realm lords. During this time, the battle continued. All kinds of powerful existences participated in the battle. In the end, the rules of this world were completely destroyed, causing the world's rules to become unstable. Under the situation of the world's rules being chaotic, all the realm lords and stronger existences either escaped from this world or died under the riot of the world's rules. Zichen was shocked. It turned out that the world's suppression of realms was already in place during the war. At that time, the Zhonwu continent had not yet discovered this place. The riot of the world's rules caused a lot of casualties. This was not only to the invaders but also to the natives. In desperation, the experts of various races could only open up a small world with their clansmen. This was the main reason why the natives lived in this small world. You probably know what happened next. The world's rules changed. Whether it was the natives or the invaders, they could not break through to the realm lord realm in this world. The invaders who reached the peak could only leave. The natives were summoned to the depths of the world. At that time, after reaching the depths of the world, they could use the realm power here to break through to the realm lord realm and enter the high-level world. After so many generations, the gate suddenly closed. Everyone could still feel the calling, but they couldn't get the power of the realm. They couldn't break through, and they couldn't enter that high-level world. That's how this extreme realm city came to be. Zichen understood the origin of this world. Although the city master did not say it, Zichen could guess that the rules had changed. There were some rejection and some recognition for the invaders. Therefore, various ranking experts appeared and the summoning of the dragon boats continued. In order to prevent this situation, the forces in Extreme Night City created puppets and began to exterminate some of the experts among the invaders. The city master called Zichen here this time. Obviously, he was not here to tell him the history of this world. Looking at Zichen, who was listening attentively, the city master continued, "The entrance to the other world closed. We have been looking for a way. Soon, we found the way to break the seal with 4 dragons according to the records. 4 dragons to break the seal. That's right. This seal was left behind by the dragon god. If you want to break it, you need 4 dragons." Zichen's heart moved. He said, "Is there a special requirement for dragons?" Zichen's question was not a random question. If it was an ordinary dragon, they should have been able to get a lot of them over the years. For example, every time the 9 dragon boats came, the dragon souls on them were also dragons. If they wanted, they could get them. The city master said, "It must be a true dragon that has awakened in this world." Zichen asked, "Those that can drive the dragon boats should be true dragons, right?" The city master shook his head and said, "Those can only be dragons, but they are not true dragons. We have a deep understanding of true dragons, and we can also sense that the docking of the dragon boats is usually controlled by the spiritual dolls. But in front of a true dragon, the spiritual dolls will lose all authority. Only a true dragon can make the dragon boats dock." This time, one of the 9 dragon boats was summoned by a true dragon to dock. "Is it my Lei Long?" Zichen asked. At the same time, he remembered the dragon roar in the dragon tomb. After that, he heard from Zongyongsi that it was a dragon roar that stopped the dragon boats. That's right. The one on your body is a true dragon of our world. It can break the seal. How many true dragons do you have? 3. You are the only one missing. Obviously, they only wanted the Lei Long. As for the life and death of the Lei Long's master, they didn't care at all. Therefore, they didn't deliberately remind him. They must be very surprised that Zi Chen and the others could come here alive. Thinking of this, Zi Chen asked again, "So, you mean the seal can be broken at any time?" The city master nodded and said, "Theoretically, that is the case. I have already informed the other dragon envoys to come back. As long as they bring their true dragons back, we can go. Once the seal is broken, everyone can enter the realm of Sector Lord at any time. Of course, this includes you." Zi Chen didn't show the excitement on his face. Instead, he asked, "How are the other 3 dragons?" 9th level peak. Just 1 step away from the realm of Sector Lord. Zi Chen hesitated and said, "But my Lei Long is only at the 9th level late stage. Will it affect the seal breaking? After all, our realms are different. Maybe it won't be able to continue." The city master was startled. He didn't think of this problem. Zi Chen stood up and said, "There is only one chance. I don't think it is urgent. Let the Lei Long break through first." The city master thought for a while and said, "We have waited for so many years for this opportunity. We must not be careless. It is actually very easy to let the true dragons break through. We just need to give them more dragon origin. You can go back first. I will ask someone to send you some dragon origin later." This was a completely unexpected surprise. Zi Chen quickly thanked him. The dragon origin was not only useful for the Lei Long, but also for everyone. Now that the city master was willing to provide the dragon origin for the Lei Long, there must be other resources in the future. Since things were clear, Zi Chen didn't have any meaning to stay here anymore. Therefore, he bid farewell and left. The city master sent Zi Chen out, which surprised the others. "Don't worry. From now on, no one will dare to make a move against you in Extreme Jin." This was the city master's promise. Zi Chen had no reason to not believe him. After thanking him again, Zi Chen left. Chapter 1769. Zi Chen returned to his residence. Everyone was patiently waiting for him. "Why did the city lord suddenly summon you?" Seeing Zi Chen enter, everyone immediately stood up. Lei Long is the key to opening the depths of the world. Zi Chen briefly explained his conversation with the city lord. However, he didn't mention his worries. "Isn't it said that after opening it, we can become a dominator?" the fortune teller asked. "That's just a rumor. The city lord said it's impossible," Zi Chen lightly replied. "If we really become a sector lord and enter another world, we might never be able to return. What should we do then?" Man Sha worriedly asked. "H, you should be worried about whether they'll let us go after breaking through to Sector Lord." Wu Xie coldly snorted. "That's right. With their temperament, once they break through, they'll definitely harm us. Then what should we do? Are we not going?" Everyone was discussing. However, Zi Chen waved his hand and said, "There's no rush. Let's quickly refine the dragon origin and raise our strength." Regardless of whether this was a scheme, the most important thing now was to raise their strength. Zi Chen took out the dragon origin and everyone began to refine it. Not long after, the dragon origin sent by the city lord arrived. This was a sizable amount of dragon origin. From the dragon origin, one could see that the city lord still hoped that Lei Long could break through as soon as possible. This time, Zi Chen had already decided to go into seclusion until he broke through. Hence, he didn't go out during this period. The dragon origin purchased this time, in addition to the gift from the city lord, was enough for everyone to break through. Everyone purposely increased their refining speed. Lei Long was still the same as before, maintaining the same refining speed. As time passed, the speed of the dragon origin decreased. Everyone's realm increased. The city lord agreed and immediately announced that the invaders could help everyone break through the seal. This caused an uproar in Extreme Jin. Amidst the uproar, the natives of Extreme Jin all fell into excitement. After waiting for so many years, the time had finally come. A few days later, a loud dragon roar resounded outside Extreme Jin City. Pure dragon aura spread and a black dragon appeared outside the city. Beside the black true dragon stood a muscular man in black dragon armor. Greetings, Lord True Dragon. Greetings, Black Dragon Envoy. When the aboriginals outside the city saw this scene, they all bowed and paid their respects. The black true dragon responded with a dragon roar before flying towards Ji Jin with the black dragon envoy. Another few days passed, and another dragon's roar resounded. A true dragon as red as flames appeared, and there was also a dragon envoy beside it. They were the red dragon and the red dragon envoy. After the two true dragon emissaries appeared, they headed straight for the City Lord mansion. At this moment, the three true dragons were gathered, and the last one was in the hands of the City Lord. What's going on? I heard that those invaders are still alive. The moment the red dragon ambassador sat down, he asked indifferently. The Extreme Close City Master said, they tricked the spirit dolls and arrived here successfully. The red dragon envoy said coldly, so what? We can just kill them directly. I heard that they are all in the late stage of the 9th tier. The Extreme Close City Master immediately said, we can't be careless about this matter. Let's not talk about whether the true dragon will be angry after we kill them, which will affect our progress. Just their battle strength alone is extraordinary. This time, even the Golden Dragon Ambassador suffered a great loss. The Golden Dragon Ambassador. Speaking of the Golden Dragon Ambassador, the Red Dragon Ambassador's expression became a lot more serious. Although they had never fought before, he knew how powerful and terrifying the Golden Dragon Ambassador was. He then asked, what happened? The Extreme Close City Master told him what happened in the last battle. The Red Dragon Ambassador said with a surprised expression, if that's the case, it's interesting. Fine, let them live for a while. The Black Dragon Ambassador, who had been silent all this time, nodded and said, they are only in the late stage of the 9th tier. Even with the dragon army, they are no threat to us. In the big picture, they are nothing. The Red Dragon Ambassador asked, when are we leaving? After waiting for so many years, the time had finally come. He couldn't help but feel a little excited. That true dragon's realm is too weak. It needs to be improved. I have already sent some people to deliver some dragon origin. We need to wait for a while. We have waited for so many years. Waiting for a while more is nothing. However, that true dragon's realm is too low. Even if it breaks through to the peak, it still needs to comprehend the power of the realm. Just giving it the dragon origin is not enough. We should also send some beast cores. If we rely on them to hunt, I'm afraid it will take even longer. The Black Dragon Ambassador, who had been silent all this time, said. The Red Dragon Ambassador nodded and said, that's right. We should send some. Don't be stingy. Don't worry. I have my own plans. The three true dragons had gathered. The next step was to wait for the Thunder Dragon to break through. During this time, the City Master personally gave the order to confer Zi Chen the title of Thunder Dragon Ambassador. With the endless dragon origin to refine, the Thunder Dragon's breakthrough speed was very fast. During the breakthrough, the loud dragon roar spread throughout the entire Extreme Close. This was done deliberately by Zi Chen. Of course, he was still interested in the resources of the City Master. The City Master didn't disappoint Zi Chen. On the same day, he sent various beast cores for the Thunder Dragon to refine. In the Extreme Close, the natives who had reached the peak of the 9th tier would need the help of the Space Beast cores to comprehend the power of the realm. As they continued to refine and comprehend the power of the realm, their power of the realm would slowly increase. When the Thunder Dragon came to this world, it was only a weapon. To put it bluntly, it was a weapon spirit. First, it awakened the spirit-devouring divine ability in this world. Then, it continued to refine the dragon soul of the Western Giant Dragon to slowly strengthen itself and undergo a transformation. Finally, it obtained the inheritance of the true dragon. It was indeed a true dragon of the natives. The suppression of the laws in this world wasn't that great. It was very likely that it could comprehend the power of the realm. After breaking through to the peak, the Thunder Dragon began to refine the Space Beast cores. As for Chen and the others, they continued to refine the dragon origin and waited for their breakthrough. After the thunder dragon reached the peak, there was still the path of the 9th tier of the realm to grow. Once Chen and the others broke through, they would reach the true peak of this world. A few days later, the thunder dragon that had successfully comprehended the 1st tier of the realm confirmed Chen's guess. After it transmitted a message to Chen was incomparably surprised. This way, he could be sure that the thunder dragon would be able to reach the 9th tier of the realm. At that time, the thunder dragon's combat power would definitely be stronger than the city master. Once they entered the depths of this world, the thunder dragon's powerful combat power would be the greatest guarantee for everyone. After knowing that the 4 dragons had broken the seal and the thunder dragon had successfully broken through, the entire Extreme Jin was in a state of excitement. Everyone was waiting for the arrival of the final moment. 2nd tier of the realm, 3rd tier of the realm. Chen never hid his strength. Every time the thunder dragon broke through, he would deliberately let the thunder dragon release its dragon might. After clearly knowing the thunder dragon's realm, the natives were no longer so anxious. Time continued to pass. Among the group of people refining the dragon origin, there were also people who had broken through. The first to break through was neither Chen nor the devil ape. It was Dongqing. Dongqing was a beastmaster. The level of his realm was closely related to the spiritual beasts he controlled. While Xiao Kong was refining the Space King beast, Dongqing's cultivation level was increasing on its own. When Xiao Kong finished refining the Space King beast and awakened everything, Dongqing's cultivation level skyrocketed. When Xiao Kong had completely transformed into a Space Beast King, her realm broke through on its own and she reached the peak of the 9th tier. After Dongqing broke through, Shuntian Dao also broke through a few days later. Another few days passed. Shuntian Dao and the others broke through. After that, almost everyone broke through. Only Chen and the devil ape were left. At this time, with the endless supply of resources, the thunder dragon had already comprehended the 5th tier of the realm and was moving toward the 6th tier. When the thunder dragon comprehended the 6th tier of the realm, Chen finally broke through and reached the peak of his combat power since he came to the battlefield of despair. At this moment, Chen was confident that he could fight against the strongest person on the king rank. The sky-splitting battle ape, famous for its battle prowess, became the last to break through because there were fewer targets to fight. Everyone broke through one after another. The thunder dragon's strength was still increasing. Going to the depths of the world was almost an ironclad fact. Before that, everyone naturally had to reconsider. As the main speaker, Chen sat at the head of the table. At the same time, he added restrictions in the room. He said directly, "This time, I will only take 2 people with me." Hearing this, everyone was filled with anticipation. The devil ape and Dongqing. Chen said quickly. He didn't leave any suspense for the others, which made them very disappointed. Only Dongqing smiled. Obviously, Chen had brought her along because she would be of help to him. Now that she was finally able to help Chen, she was naturally happy. "Why don't you take me?" Everyone was disappointed, but they did not refute. Only Wu Xie was not convinced. Because he had an immortal body, few people could kill him. In fact, among the people present, no one could purely say who was stronger or weaker in terms of combat power. Take Shuntian Dao for example. As a titled warrior of Shuntian City, there was no doubt that he was powerful. In the outside world, he might not be weaker than the devil ape. Unfortunately, in this environment, he could not use his real combat power. It was the same for Fortune Teller. His most powerful technique was greatly suppressed. This trip is fraught with dangers. Once those indigenous beings break through and attack us, the more people we have, the bigger the target will be. With the 3 of us going together with Monk, we should be able to avoid any unexpected situations. As for you guys staying here, you have to be extremely careful as well. Who knows, someone might be suspicious of you and come here suddenly. Chen's worries were not unfounded. After all, Monk's identity as the Golden Dragon Envoy was not that reliable. In fact, everyone would follow Chen's arrangement. After this explanation, everyone nodded in agreement. Of course, Chen promised to bring back more world energy. Don't worry, the space in my body is big enough. Not to mention the world energy that you guys can use, even if I take it all, it might not be enough to fill up the space I mentioned. Chen was very confident about this. The space in the everlasting pill cauldron was infinitely big. Lei Long's realm was still breaking through. Soon, he reached the 8th level. This kind of breakthrough speed was very shocking. The city lord called Chen again. The four of them discussed the matter of opening the seal in the depths of the world. Chapter 1770. After leaving the room, Chen suppressed his cultivation to the late stage of the 9th level. He believed that those people knew him well enough that they wouldn't be suspicious at all. After arriving at the city lord's mansion, Chen saw the 2 dragon envoys. The 2 of them were also sizing up Chen. No matter how powerful one was, a low cultivation level was always a reflection of one's lack of battle prowess. The black dragon envoy smiled faintly at Chen. His previous respect for Chen immediately lessened. As for the red dragon envoy, there was a trace of undisguised disdain in his eyes. Chen was unmoved. This was the result he wanted. In the face of unknown things, it was still good to keep a trump card. Gesturing for Chen to take a seat, the city lord said gently, "Thunder Dragon Envoy, this time I called you here to discuss the exact time to go to the depths of the world." "Now?" Chen was startled and said, "But Thunder Dragon Envoy is only at the 8th level. He hasn't reached the true limit yet." Before the city lord could speak, the Red Dragon Envoy said, "It's only 1 level. It won't affect the overall situation." The Black Dragon Envoy nodded, "That's right." Chen looked at the city lord and asked, "That's what the city lord thinks too?" The city lord nodded slightly. For a moment, the 3 of them all looked at Chen. The city lord's gaze was still kind, but the other 2 were more or less unkind. Chen smiled faintly and said, "Since everyone has decided, let's discuss the time." The Red Dragon Envoy snorted coldly and looked away from Chen, as if to say that he was tactful. The Black Dragon Envoy's expression eased, and the city lord even laughed. The time was set to be 3 days later. Chen couldn't refute at all. On the surface, it was an agreement, but in fact, it was to inform Chen. Looking at Chen's back, the Red Dragon Envoy sneered, "Let's see how long you can live." The Extreme Close City Master frowned and said, "Breaking the seal is the most important thing. Red Dragon Envoy, you should know your limits." The Red Dragon Ambassador said nonchalantly, "Don't worry, I'm not stupid enough to do it myself. Even if he is an intruder, he has helped us in this matter. If we act rashly, we will be in trouble. However, even if I don't act, someone else will." The Black Dragon Envoy said, "That might not be the case. When the seal is broken, everyone will see you as the Realm Lord. Who would care about a mere invader?" The Red Dragon Ambassador glanced at the Black Dragon Ambassador beside him and said mysteriously, "Perhaps there really is someone who is willing to help." As he spoke, he no longer paid any attention to the 2 of them. He left the City Lord's mansion and headed straight for a golden residence. The Black Dragon Envoy could tell at a glance that it was the Golden Dragon Envoy's residence. He also knew that the Golden Dragon Envoy had suffered a great loss at the hands of the invaders. The Red Dragon Ambassador went straight to the Golden Dragon Ambassador's residence, but found that the Golden Dragon Ambassador was not in the room. He wasn't surprised by this at all. Instead, he had a smug smile on his face. Only the Dragon Ambassador and above would know about this matter. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to find out about it. As expected, not long after, the Golden Dragon Ambassador returned. Although he still showed a benevolent look to everyone, the disappointment on his face couldn't be concealed. "Greetings, Golden Dragon Ambassador." The Red Dragon Ambassador put his palms together and bowed to the monk. Although his face showed sincerity, he was looking down on the monk in his heart. What kind of stupid etiquette was this? Amitabha. "Greetings, Red Dragon Ambassador." The monk put his palms together and Buddhist light surged around him. He had a benevolent look on his face. "You flatter me." The Red Dragon Ambassador returned the greeting. He had interacted with the monk a few times and knew that the monk was very particular about etiquette. If he didn't perform well, the monk would continue to be so courteous. Red Dragon Ambassador, you have specially come to look for little Seng. As expected, the monk was much more straightforward after being courteous. The Red Dragon Ambassador said directly, I heard that the Golden Dragon Ambassador is looking for information about the space beast. Amitabha. It's true. The monk bowed again and said, that day, I brought people to save those invading benefactors. Unexpectedly, they were stubborn and didn't want to leave the sea of suffering. Instead, they killed more people. The main culprit was the space beast at the crucial moment. I came back this time to look for some information. I will safely lead the benefactors out of the sea of suffering next time. Hearing this, the Red Dragon Ambassador's expression didn't change. However, he was disdainful in his heart. It was obvious that the monk was killing people and stealing their treasures. Instead, he said it as saving them out of the sea of suffering. Such hypocrisy and righteousness. The Red Dragon Ambassador felt inferior. There is no information about the space beast. Only some of the dragon ambassadors who have been here for a long time know about it. The Red Dragon Ambassador said. Oh, so you are saying that the Red Dragon Ambassador is very clear about it? The monk asked again. I know a little. I heard that the Golden Dragon Ambassador is confused. Little Dragon Ambassador, I am here to inform you. The Red Dragon Ambassador followed the monk's words. He suddenly felt very strange. If the monk could call him Little Monk, then he would call him Little Dragon Ambassador. When the monk heard this, he almost lost his self-control and laughed out loud. Fortunately, the monk had always been a swindler. On the surface, his self-restraint had reached the point of perfection. Not only did he not mock the Red Dragon Ambassador, he even showed a hint of gratitude. He chanted the name of Buddha and signaled the Red Dragon Ambassador to come in. The conversation outside the door ended. The monk invited the Red Dragon Ambassador into the room. After that, the two of them talked about the space beast. Even though the monk's composure was strong enough, he still showed a surprised expression twice. The Red Dragon Ambassador took in the changes of his expression and he was quite satisfied. After telling the details about the space beast, the Red Dragon Ambassador stood up and said kindly, when the time comes for the 4 dragons to break the seal, everyone will naturally pay attention to the seal itself. Once the seal is broken, everyone will immediately enter the depths of the world and refine the power of the world to become the Realm Lord. I think the Golden Dragon Ambassador doesn't need to be too concerned. After all, becoming the Realm Lord is our original goal. The monk put his palms together and said with a compassionate face, Red Dragon Ambassador, please don't persuade me. As long as the invading benefactor doesn't escape from the sea of suffering, he won't become a Buddha. I won't become the Realm Lord for another day. The Red Dragon Ambassador was delighted. He immediately put on a pious look and said, Buddha is merciful. The monk put his palms together and said, there's something that I don't understand. I hope the Red Dragon Ambassador can enlighten me. Please speak, Golden Dragon Ambassador. If the invading benefactor escapes from the sea of suffering, what should we do with the true dragon that follows him? Do we have to bring the true dragon out of the sea of suffering and become a Buddha together? The Red Dragon Ambassador's expression changed. He quickly waved his hand and said, there's no need for that. If the master is willing, you can just attack the invaders. As for the Thunder True Dragon, we have our own plans. The monk stared at the Red Dragon Ambassador with a trace of dissatisfaction. Obviously, the other party was still hiding something. The Red Dragon Ambassador immediately said, Golden Dragon Ambassador, you don't have to take it to heart. It doesn't matter if you tell us this. The true dragon has other opportunities in the depths of the world. This kind of opportunity is useless to us. Once we enter the depths of the world, we have to follow the true dragon. As for the Thunder True Dragon, the 3 dragons will forcefully refine it. The monk's dissatisfaction grew. He even looked indifferent. He said, it's dead. How can it become a Buddha? The Red Dragon Ambassador was annoyed. He thought to himself, this monk is so unreasonable. You say that the thing you killed has become a Buddha. Why do you say that it's dead after we kill it? However, he maintained his composure and said, yes, it's dead. It's dead. On the same day, The news of the 4 true dragons breaking the seal in 3 days spread out. Hearing this news, the entire extreme Jinn was in an uproar. After so many years of waiting, it was finally over. Some people even cried tears of joy. Then, the whole city celebrated. All the wine and meat in the city were sold out that day. Everyone started to indulge. After the seal was broken, they would enter the depths of the world and refine the realm energy to become the realm lord. When that time came, they would have a completely different life. The beast cores they had would no longer be of any use. Compared to the indulgence of the whole city, Zichen's residence was extremely quiet. This time, he saw the 2 dragon ambassadors. Naturally, he could see their attitudes. Zichen believed that if the conditions were favorable, they would definitely kill him. However, it was obviously impossible for him to continue to inquire about the details. Now, the only thing he could rely on was the monk's identity as the Golden Dragon Ambassador to make a bigger discovery. During these 3 days, Zichen shut himself in, creating the illusion that he was still refining the dragon origin. His quiet residence was out of place with the lively scene of the city celebrating. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. All the natives of Extreme Jinn walked out of the city and gathered outside Extreme Jinn. Such a huge city had become empty in a single day. Among the crowd, not everyone had comprehended the realm energy. Among them, there was no lack of late-stage 9th grades who had just arrived. However, these people were still full of expectations for the depths of the world. In a place where the realm energy was everywhere, their cultivation speed would increase by a lot. Even if they couldn't increase their cultivation speed, they could still go and join in the fun. Under the anticipation of the crowd, a loud dragon roar resounded. A red true dragon that was thousands of feet long flew out of Extreme Jinn City. Beside it was the Red Dragon Ambassador. Red Dragon Ambassador. Red Dragon Ambassador. The whole city cheered and the cheers were loud. The dragon roar resounded again. A mighty black true dragon appeared. Beside it was the Black Dragon Ambassador in a black robe. Black Dragon Ambassador. Black Dragon Ambassador. The whole city cheered again. The sound was like thunder. Following that, a third dragon's roar resounded as a true dragon with a colorful glow appeared. This true dragon was even larger than the previous 2 and looked even more majestic. Beside this colorful true dragon stood the City Lord with a gentle expression. City Lord. City Lord, City Lord. The cheers became several times louder. It was like thunder resounding between heaven and earth. Compared to the unusually lively outside, the atmosphere in the room was very stifling. Man Shi and the others looked at Zichen and the other 2 with a solemn expression. Obviously, the trip this time was accompanied by many dangers. Although everyone had broken through, compared to the powerful dragon ambassadors and the existence of the realm energy of the 9th grades, their numbers were still much weaker. Take care. Shuntian Dao said. You guys too. Be careful of sudden attacks. The dragon roar resounded. Obviously, it meant that everyone was ready. Zichen didn't delay any longer. He left the room with Dongqing and the devil ape. No one came out to see them off. Zichen closed the door. Chapter 1771. Even though the natives had felt the dragon's might many times, they still could not suppress the shock in their hearts. Zichen leaped up and stepped on the dragon. The devil ape and Dongqing followed suit. The thunder dragon's body released a dragon's might. The lightning continued to spread in all directions, illuminating the entire Extreme Gold with lightning. Outside Extreme Jinn City, there were tens of thousands of natives. They raised their heads and looked at the thunder dragon. The appearance of the thunder dragon was accompanied by the Thunder Dragon Ambassador. Under normal circumstances, they would definitely welcome the arrival of the Thunder Dragon Ambassador. Unfortunately, the Thunder Dragon Ambassador was not a native, but an invader. It was already good enough that they did not hate the Thunder Dragon Ambassador, but it was impossible for them to acknowledge him. As a result, the bustling Extreme Wall City became quiet in an instant. However, the world was not completely silent. The Thunder Dragon's appearance brought about a great disturbance. Thunderous roars reverberated throughout the world, shaking the 9 heavens. Rumble. Rumble. Thunder rumbled as a huge thunder true dragon appeared before everyone's eyes. The thunder dragon was mighty and sacred, shocking everyone. However, the three people on the thunder dragon's head also looked extraordinary under the contrast of the lightning. The already quiet extreme Jin city became even quieter because of the three people standing on the thunder dragon. Everyone's expression changed drastically. They did not know how to face Lei Longsha to begin with. At this moment, anger appeared on their faces. In this place, the dragon ambassador was a god. All the dragon ambassadors were the dragon ambassador's servants. Since when did a servant dare to step on the head of his master? When the two dragon envoys and the city lord saw this scene, their expressions changed. The three of them had been standing respectfully beside the true dragon. Who would have thought that these three invaders would dare to step on the true dragon's head in front of all the natives? This was not only disrespect to the dragon ambassador, but also trampling on all the natives. Zichen's action was like stepping on their heads. It was a great insult. Usually, when faced with such a situation, they would immediately take action without hesitation. However, the situation was special. Everyone wanted to condemn or even kill this disrespectful intruder, but considering that they needed him to break the seal, they did not want to completely offend Zichen at this moment. If they really forced Zichen into a corner and he escaped on the true dragon, they would have no one to reason with. Amitabha. Since you are disrespectful to the true dragon, I will send you all away from the sea of suffering and become Buddhas. Just as the entire city was silent and everyone's expressions were complicated, a Buddhist chant suddenly sounded. A golden light rose up from the crowd, and within the golden light, a dignified senior monk sat cross-legged and slowly floated up. This is the Golden Dragon Envoy. It's the Golden Dragon Ambassador. He's dissatisfied with the way these invaders are doing things and wants to take action. Cries of surprise could be heard from the crowd. Some were excited, while others were worried. However, at this critical moment, as long as Zichen did not kill the Dragon Ambassador, everyone would naturally turn a blind eye. As the Golden Dragon Ambassador floated up into the sky, two people quickly rose up, wanting to stop the Golden Dragon Ambassador halfway and prevent him from acting recklessly. When Zichen saw these two people, his pupils could not help but shrink. These two were experts with the power of the 9 layers world. Although they were not city lords, their combat power was comparable to city lords. Amitabha, this matter cannot be ignored. The monk's voice sounded again. The Buddhist light around him surged, and a powerful aura instantly erupted. Boom! Under the energy shock, the two 9th-level warriors were caught off guard and immediately retreated. Golden Dragon Ambassador, don't make a mistake, one of the 9th-level warriors shouted. Disrespect to the true dragon. If you can tolerate such a big matter, even if you become a realm lord and step into a high-level world, so what? The monk looked dignified. He sat cross-legged in the air, and pure Buddhist light fell. Buzz. The Buddhist light surged, and the void trembled. A defensive light shield directly blocked the two 9th-level warriors. Amitabha. With a Buddhist chant, the monk split into 2, and then into 4. They went in 4 directions, wanting to deal with the 3 guys on the Thunder True Dragon. The two 9th-level warriors obviously could not stop the monk, so 2 more people rushed up from below. At this moment, more people were watching from the side. They were feeling very conflicted. On one hand, they hoped that the monk could teach these arrogant intruders a lesson. On the other hand, they were worried that the intruders would be angered and thus ruin the important matter of breaking the seal. Swoosh! Swoosh! In the sky, the monk's figure flashed again. His doppelgangers changed again, and there were dozens of them. On the ground, more experts jumped out, ready to stop the monk. Zichen stood on the Thunder Dragon's head and looked at everything indifferently. It seemed that he did not know that the scene in front of him was all because of him. Boom! The energy went completely berserk. The monk's doppelgangers were all destroyed, leaving only his real body surrounded by a group of 9th-level warriors. Golden Dragon Ambassador, please calm down. The Thunder Dragon Ambassador came from the outside world, so he does not know our rules. Breaking the seal is the important matter. You don't have to care about these small matters. Helplessly, the Extreme Sound City Lord finally spoke. Being disrespectful to the true dragon was a small matter. Although everyone agreed with this statement, it did not mean that they would accept it, even if they had already agreed with everything. Amitabha. Since the city lord said that it is a small matter, then it is a small matter. The monk put his palms together and did not say anything else. His figure descended again. After landing on the ground, the surrounding people looked at the monk with eyes full of admiration. Obviously, among so many experts, he was the only one who dared to give up on becoming the realm lord and dared to attack the intruders. The city lord, who wanted to give a speech, also lost interest after sensing the change in the mood of the crowd. Zichen stood on the thunder dragon. This was the real humiliation. If he said a few more words passionately, not only would it not achieve the original effect, but it would also arouse more dissatisfaction. Fortunately, he waved his hand and said, "Let's go. Breaking the seal is more important." Zichen did not deliberately get down from the thunder dragon. Instead, he went straight ahead. The 3 true dragons and the 3 dragon envoys followed behind. The 3 of them had an unnatural expression. Their original plan to win people's hearts was ruined just like that. Moreover, all the limelight was stolen by Zichen alone, even if it had the opposite effect. All the natives at the back looked at the thunder dragon in front of them. There was hatred and resentment. Even when they looked at the 3 dragon envoys, there was some resentment in their eyes. Let's see how long you can be proud of yourself. The red dragon envoy snorted uncomfortably. He was thinking about how to kill the other party when the time came. The group flew forward. They did not rent the dragon bone ship because even the shop owner was among the crowd, preparing to become a realm lord. In the blink of an eye, Extreme Jin City became empty. Not a single person was left behind. With the temptation of becoming a realm lord, no one was willing to entertain the intruders. Naturally, no one came to find trouble with Mansur and the rest. At this moment, if Mansur and the rest were willing, they could just stay in the city lord manor. On the way forward, everyone became excited again. Of course, they had to ignore Zichen and the other 2 who were above the thunder dragon. The entire group rushed into the depths of the world. Along the way, the spatial beasts avoided them. They did not dare to collide with them. Soon, Zichen arrived at the place where the first battle took place. During this time, he did not find a chance to communicate with the monk. Originally, there was a chance outside Extreme Jin City. Unfortunately, the natives thought too much and prevented both sides from talking. However, it was not like they did not gain anything. At least, those rank 9 warriors that appeared gave Zichen some idea. The group went deeper and reached the place where the spatial beasts were. Unfortunately, these spatial beasts had already disappeared without a trace. After going deeper for a while, the city lord of Extreme Jin City suddenly signaled everyone to stop. He pointed at the void in front of them and said, "This is where the restriction is. There is a restriction here." Zichen was surprised. This was not the deepest part of the space. There was still nothing in front of them. They could still walk for a long time. During this time, his sharp soul did not detect any abnormalities. The thunder dragon did not discover anything either. The city lord of Extreme Jin City nodded and said, "This place will not be wrong. Now, let's retreat." Zichen and the other 2 retreated. The other 2 dragon envoys and the city lord also retreated. The 6 humans and 4 dragons headed to the back, while the tens of thousands of natives behind them headed to the front. Looking at the rising energy light around them, Zichen asked in confusion, "What are they doing?" The city lord of Extreme Jin City explained, "This is an invisible seal. We need to use force to make it appear. Otherwise, even the 4 dragons will not be able to break the seal." Tens of thousands of people glowed. Their energy aura surged, causing the space to fluctuate greatly. In the next moment, they either threw out their fists or took out their weapons. They launched their most powerful attacks. For a moment, tens of thousands of energy light beams shot into the sky. They were colorful and brought a great visual impact. At the same time, they contained a terrifying aura. Boom! Boom! Tens of thousands of energy light beams exploded in the sky. The destructive power was unimaginable. Zichen would not be surprised if it destroyed the void. However, the fact was that these energy light beams could not even break the void, let alone destroy it. One must know that among these tens of thousands of people, there were many level 9 dragon warriors. They could tear the void with a casual attack. However, even with everyone working together, they could not destroy the space here. The space was not destroyed. However, it started to distort and tremble violently. Suddenly, rays of golden light appeared from the depths of the space. The golden light flickered. As the destructive energy surged, the golden light completely took shape. It was a golden barrier that completely isolated the space. It was the first time for the others to see this scene. Their faces were filled with shock. At the same time, they were very excited. Chapter 1772. When the seal appeared, it was a huge barrier that isolated the void. However, the seal was still unstable at the moment. It flickered continuously and even showed signs of disappearing. Seeing this, the Extreme Sound City Master shouted, "Attack with all your might." More and more powerful auras burst out, and the surrounding space started to distort crazily. One after another, powerful destructive attacks landed on the barrier in the sky and exploded. This time, everyone attacked continuously, and powerful attacks kept appearing. The energy explosions resounded through the void, and the space above the dome twisted crazily. At this moment, apart from the dazzling light and the explosive energy, no other sound could be heard. Under the continuous attacks, the golden barrier became clearer and clearer. Finally, it completely appeared, and a majestic dragon shadow appeared in it. "This is the seal." The Extreme Sound City Master pointed at the seal and said, "Now, the seal has appeared. It's time for the true dragons to break the seal." Looking at the golden seal, Chen asked, "What should we do?" "4 dragons, guard the 4 directions." Following the Extreme Sound City Master's voice, the 4 true dragons flew toward the golden barrier and stopped at the 4 directions of the barrier. Standing in the 4 directions, the 4 true dragons released their dragon power, which kept spreading toward the golden barrier. The spreading dragon power gradually merged with the seal, causing the entire seal to tremble. At the same time, the seal expanded, and the golden light directly enveloped the 4 true dragons. Looking from afar, the 4 dragons looked like the 4 bases of the seal, firmly holding the seal in place. Looking at the thunder dragon shrouded in the formation, Chen also lost his connection with the thunder dragon. He couldn't help but feel worried. He frowned and asked, "Will they be okay?" The Extreme Sound City Master said, "The dragon god doesn't kill true dragons." Chen asked again, "How do we break the seal? What do we need to do?" The Extreme Sound City Master shook his head and said, "I'm not sure. Maybe we don't need to do anything." Chen turned around and looked at the Extreme Sound City Master. He found that the latter was the same as the others. His eyes were fixed on the sky, and his expression was very nervous. Obviously, he wasn't lying. At this moment, everyone's attention was on the sky. Everyone seemed very nervous and expectant. No one noticed that Tyrant was quietly moving closer and closer to Chen. When the distance between them was less than 1,000 meters, Tyrant had already walked to the outermost edge of the crowd. This was the safest transmission limit he could guarantee. After breaking the seal, be careful. They might join hands to deal with you, and Lei Long Tyrant's voice resounded in Chen's mind. "Is there any way to stop it?" Chen asked calmly. "I've checked the information. The little guy that Dongqing tamed isn't a Space King beast, but a Space Emperor beast. It's just a possibility, but I can't be sure. This kind of Space Emperor beast is very weak in the early stage. It can't even compare to the average Space Giant beast. But as its cultivation level increases, it will become stronger and stronger. In the end, it will become a real Emperor beast. What help?" Before the Space Emperor beast matured, it was the target of all Space King beasts. The level it reached would determine the type of Space King beasts it would attract. Now that it has reached the King realm, it would attract even more Space King beasts. Even a level 9 dragon warrior would have to be careful when facing a Space King beast. You can try to take advantage of this. The transmission ended here. Tyrant looked up at the sky, and so did Chen. The 4 dragons wrapped in the seal began to exert their power. Pure dragon power continued to spread, and the entire seal kept shaking. The original barrier also disappeared in an instant, and a large golden net appeared above everyone's heads. The net was like a fishing net, trapping the 4 dragons and covering this space. At this moment, the 4 dragons were in the net, constantly releasing their dragon power, trying to break the seal. Yes, that's it. The city master's voice became very excited. This is the true form of the seal. It seems that the 4 dragons have been guided and know how to break the seal. Roar. The dragon's roar rose and fell. The red dragon showed its power. Its whole body was like a burning flame. The raging dragon power fell on the seal, spreading like fire. In an instant, a quarter of the seal was turned into a dragon power flame. This flame kept burning the seal. The black dragon didn't want to be outdone. Under the influence of the pure dragon power, it opened its mouth and spat out a large amount of black energy flame. This energy flame also covered a quarter of the seal. The colorful true dragon, whose body was bigger, shone with endless colorful light. This colorful light contained extremely powerful destructive energy. After spreading out, it caused the space to tremble. Rumble. Rumble. The sky trembled, and thousands of thunder roared. A large amount of thunder light gushed out from the thunder dragon. With the thunder dragon as the center, a quarter of the seal became a sea of thunder. The dragon power raged, and the dragon power shook. At this moment, the 4 true dragons were releasing their strongest power. Under the full force of the attack, the seal began to shake and distort. Everyone's expression became extremely nervous. Victory or defeat depended on this. If they couldn't break the seal, they didn't know how many tens of thousands of years they would have to wait. Crack. Suddenly, a crisp sound rang out, and a thin crack appeared on the large net. It was the thunder dragon. It seemed that the pure thunder dragon power had a great restraining effect on the seal. Roar. On the thunder dragon's body, the lightning energy began to surge crazily. At this moment, the sky changed color. Waves of lightning energy fell from the sky and landed on the golden seal. That crack continued to spread. In addition to the continuous lightning strikes, the crack spread at an extremely fast speed. The spreading crack finally reached the limit of what the seal could withstand. Finally, it exploded with a loud bang. A gap was blasted open in the seal. The golden energy on the seal dimmed, and the seal's operation was restricted. The other 3 true dragons saw the opportunity and burst out with their full strength. Finally, the seal was broken. The seal was broken, and a huge gap appeared in the sky. Above the gap, there were rays of light falling down. That light was very gentle and very mysterious. It was a very unique kind of energy. Seeing that the seal was broken, all the natives heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, they cheered loudly. After seeing the mysterious energy that fell from the gap, they were all excited. That's the realm energy. It's the realm energy. It's really the realm energy. The seal is broken. The world gate is open. The realm energy is falling. We have a chance to become the realm lord. Feeling the pure world energy, many aboriginals began to cry out. At this moment, their excitement was indescribable with words. After waiting for so many years, today was finally the day. Swoosh. Swoosh. While many cultivators were in a state of excitement, there were still some who were clear-headed. They turned into streams of light and shot toward the gap. The others also reacted. Without wasting any more time, they followed in a flash. This world hadn't been opened for a long time. No one could guarantee how much realm energy was left inside. If there wasn't much, they wouldn't be able to get anything if they were late. During this period, the 4 true dragons were still guarding the 4 directions. However, 3 of the true dragons turned their heads and stared at the thunder dragon. Their eyes revealed a hint of coldness. There's a secret in this small world. They want to harm me. Should we go in immediately? The thunder dragon's voice resounded in Zichen's mind. When it broke the seal, it sensed the abnormality of this place and the killing intent of the other 3 true dragons. At this moment, Zichen was still in a state of shock because of the realm energy. Feeling the power, he felt the energy in his body begin to stir. If he was willing, He could also absorb the realm energy and break through to the Realm Lord realm. This was a huge temptation. It was an opportunity and a fortuitous encounter that was hard to come by in tens of thousands of years. Unfortunately, this fortuitous encounter was extremely fatal for Zichen and the others. Now that he heard the Thunder Dragon's voice transmission, Zichen didn't hesitate. He directly led the Devil Ape and Dongqing and rushed toward the gap above. Although this opportunity was temporarily useless, as long as they could store enough realm energy, it would be of great use once they left the battlefield of despair. Seeing Zichen and the other two heading towards the gap, the expressions of the Extreme Sound City Master and the other two changed. They wanted to take action. However, there were too many natives around. It wasn't appropriate to act rashly. Amitabha. Benefactors, please stay here. Just as the three of them were extremely anxious, a Buddhist chant resounded. Tyrant turned into a golden light and blocked in front of Zichen and the others. The three of them heaved a sigh of relief. A trace of joy appeared on their faces. Whether or not Zichen came here riding on the true dragons, they didn't want Zichen and the others to enter the depths of the world alive. Even if Zichen could enter alive, the Thunder Dragon definitely couldn't. As long as Tyrant could stop Zichen and the others for a moment, they would wait until all the natives entered the depths of the world. At that time, their people would enter. At the same time, the three true dragons also quietly approached the Thunder Dragon. Swish. Swish. Just as Tyrant stopped Zichen, he saw Zichen's body flickering with golden light. In the next moment, his figure began to change. It affected the surrounding space energy. He grabbed one person in each hand and disappeared in a flash. His speed was so fast that Tyrant was clearly stunned. In the time it took for him to be stunned, Zichen had already rushed into the passage with the others. At the same time, the Thunder Dragon also broke free from the three true dragons. It turned into a ray of light and rushed in as well. After entering the gap and reaching the depths of the world, the Thunder Dragon said, "The secret is in the depths. I can feel it. It's a kind of summoning. Let's go and take a look," Zichen said in a deep voice. Seeing Zichen and the Thunder Dragon running away, the three of them immediately became angry. They didn't hesitate and directly chased after them. At the same time, some powerful existences also followed the three of them to the gap. Chapter 1773. Entering the depths of the world through the gap, it was a completely different scene. The world was filled with world energy. It was very pure and very rich. Some had already turned into large clouds, and some had turned into various wonders. The level of this kind of power was far higher than everyone else, so when everyone entered, they could feel waves of pressure. Such dense world energy. All the cultivators who arrived here couldn't help but sigh when they saw the world energy. As expected, at this moment, in the eyes of these natives, there was only world energy, there were no more intruders. A 9th-level dragon warrior flashed in front of a world energy. He immediately opened his mind to absorb and comprehend this energy. Wung. The energy around his body trembled as a halo of light appeared. Realm power from all directions converged towards him. At the same time, in the sky, a beam of energy light fell straight down. This light was like a beam of light that shone on the body of the dragon warrior. It didn't disperse for a long time, but it also seemed like a protective measure. As the 9 layers of realm energy in the dragon warrior's body completely transformed into a complete realm energy, a powerful aura surged out from the dragon warrior's body. This was the aura of a sector lord. It completely spread out. That indescribable pressure caused the hearts of those who weren't sector lords to tremble. Zichen, who was escaping, also stopped in shock. He didn't think that it would be so easy to break through to sector lord after coming to this space. In the depths of the world, carefree laughter rang out. This laughter came from the sector lords who had just broken through. There were actually no less than 10 of them. Just as he stopped, Zichen felt cold gazes land on him. It wasn't the city lord but the natives who had just broken through to sector lord. In this cold gaze, there was also an undisguised killing intent. Seeing this scene, the trio's expression changed. They were only at the peak of the 9th level. How could they escape the attention of more than 10 sector lords? Don't tell me that they are planning to attack us. The usually berserk devil ape's voice was a little dry at this moment. Maybe. Zichen didn't have any confidence in his heart. These new sector lords indeed had thoughts of eliminating them, but they didn't take action. It wasn't that they wanted to give up, it was just that they didn't have time. In the light beam, a powerful energy suddenly came out. These sector lords were summoned by this energy. Their bodies involuntarily rose into the air and flew towards the end of the light beam. No, I only have one world energy in my body, I need more. The gloating sector lords now had a huge change in expression. They tried to struggle and resist, but it was useless. This was the summon of a higher realm, no one could stop it. In the end, these new sector lords disappeared with great unwillingness, their voices still resounding in this space. When the other 9th level dragon warriors saw this scene, their eyes were filled with fear. They no longer tried to refine the world energy, they opened their own worlds and started absorbing the world energy. Damn it! If they keep collecting like this, how much world force is there for them? Monk, who had just entered, seeing this scene, he couldn't help but feel pained. He was annoyed. Why didn't these guys hurry and leave? But now, there were obviously more important things to do. He had no choice but to follow the city lord and chase after Zichen. All of the natives had already rushed into the original opening of the seal. There was not a single person left here. Suddenly, a space rippled. Xiao Kong poked his head out. After checking that there was no one around, he did not enter the opening. Instead, he continued forward. Chase after them. Since they were already here, there was no point in disguising anymore. The city lord stared at Zichen and the other two fleeing in front with a cold expression. Behind him, there were at least 100 dragon warriors chasing after him. These were obviously the subordinates that the city lord had gathered over the years. At this moment, he would rather give up on the world energy to kill Zichen first. In fact, as they went deeper, the world energy was no longer rare, because it was everywhere. Even Monk didn't lament that these people were wantonly collecting world energy. Pu. Suddenly, a light rushed out from a world energy cloud, sweeping past the neck of the level 8 dragon warrior who was wantonly collecting world energy, and a head flew out. This attack didn't come from a human, but from the world spirits in the world energy cloud. They were products of the world energy too rich. Although they weren't realm lords, they had extremely powerful attacks, and under the sneak attack, even the level 8 dragon warrior couldn't escape. In the process of moving forward, Monk encountered many such existences. His eyes lit up, and he almost gave up chasing after Zichen to find trouble with these world spirits. Amitabha, the sea of bitterness is boundless. Benefactors, repent and be saved. Relying on his speed, Monk quickly caught up with them, side by side with the group of experts. Bullshit, come up here if you dare, bald thief. Zichen's cold reply came from the front. Swoosh. Swoosh. Zichen didn't slow down. Instead, he slowed down, and went straight into the depths of the world, where the Thunder Dragon said to summon him. So fast. Everyone was helpless. They couldn't catch up to Zichen even if they used all their strength. As for the world spirits along the way, they didn't attack Zichen, which made them feel even more helpless. In fact, later on, they also discovered that the world spirits only attacked those who tried to collect world energy, and ignored everything else. With so many experts behind, a round of concentrated attacks would probably kill the three of them. Facing such a situation, Zichen had no choice but to use his full speed. And the world's fastest speed didn't disappoint Zichen, easily stalling the group of experts. Now, the key to breaking out of this situation was the summoning. He wanted to see if these people wanted to chase after him, or if they wanted the summoning in the depths more. This didn't seem to be a difficult choice. Just as Zichen was frantically running for his life, in the depths of another world, Little Kong's figure appeared, and according to Dongqing's instructions, it released its own aura. In an instant, its aura spread through the space, spreading in all directions. Then, through those spaces, it sensed that a violent aura was waking up from a deep sleep. All kinds of roars resounded in the depths of that space, which made people's souls tremble. At this moment, if there were indigenous experts who saw this scene, they would be terrified, and even the 9th-rank dragon warriors would lose their composure. Because that space was the true depths of the world, it was also the habitat of the space beast kings. They had occupied this place for countless years, and they were usually in a deep sleep. No one dared to disturb them, not even the extreme clothes city master. However, with the arrival of Little Kong and the release of its aura, those sleeping beast kings were all awakened. Their eyes were filled with bloodthirsty murderous intent, and there was also some kind of greed. After waking up, they followed the aura and went toward Little Kong. In an instant, many space beast kings were on the move. Once they were on the move, the supreme-grade space beast kings were on the move as well, which was really a huge scene. The information transmitted through the spatial ripples caused Xiao Kong's heart to palpitate in fear. Without hesitation, it immediately fled towards the gap. It had just reached the king level, and there were many senior king-level beast kings there. Once it was too slow, they would catch up and tear it to pieces sooner or later. The spatial beast was a product of space. Once it was born, its future development would be determined. Its grade would determine its life. For example, space beast kings could not make a breakthrough in a short time even if they were in the middle of the power of the universe. They could even perceive the power of the universe, or they could not perceive it at all. Therefore, even if they had sensed the power of the universe, they would not be moved. But Little Kong was different. It had an aura that was very attractive to them. That aura was more attractive than the power of the universe, which was something that only beast kings could have. Real space beast kings could use the power of the universe to break through to the emperor level. Therefore, as Little Kong released its aura, all the space beast kings went crazy, and so did the supreme-grade space beast kings. Little Kong soon reached the gap and rushed up. This was also the master's order to bring these powerful existences into this world. After Xiao Kong appeared, he headed towards Dongqing's direction. Then, a group of space beast kings appeared. Their powerful aura made all the natives pale. The natives were shocked to see so many space beasts appear at once, but the two sides did not fight. The space beasts did not bother to pay attention to them, and they went straight ahead. Finally, they reached the place where Lei Long had summoned them, but Zichen changed direction decisively and went into the distance. The city lord and the others, who had been chasing after them, hesitated when they reached this place. They did not know whether to continue or to stop. The benefits were right in front of them. There was no reason to give up, so they naturally chose to stop. In another direction, Dongqing sensed Little Kong's response and said, "Little Kong has attracted many space beast kings. I'm afraid it's dangerous. Let's go and see." Zichen looked back at the place where the natives had disappeared. A light flashed in his eyes. The three of them went toward Little Kong, but Monk turned back halfway. He looked at Zichen and said, "What do you think?" Zichen nodded. Soon, the four of them saw Little Kong. It was obvious that it had just grown up. There was still fear in its eyes. When it saw Dongqing, it let out a cry. "Okay, let it bleed." Monk immediately waved his hand. He was very greedy for the world energy. Under Dongqing's signal, Little Kong unwillingly let out some of its blood and gave it to Zichen. Zichen divided the blood into two and gave half to Monk. He also sprinkled some on his robe. Monk did the same. After that, Zichen looked at Devil Ape and said, "Okay, you will protect Dongqing now." Devil Ape nodded and said, "Leave it to us. You guys be careful too." After that, Dongqing put away Little Kong, and Devil Ape led Dongqing in a different direction. Zichen and Monk stood where they were, waiting for the Space Beast Kings to arrive. While they were waiting, Tyrant asked suspiciously, "Zichen, the Devil Ape's speed isn't any slower than mine. Why do you want me to do it? Are you trying to trick me again?" Zichen said righteously, "This is a moment of life and death. How can I trick you? That's good. But why do I not believe it? Stop talking nonsense. The Space Beast Kings are here. Follow me." Chapter 1774. Space King beasts appeared at the end of their line of sight. There were hundreds of them instead of dozens as expected. Apart from the hundreds of Space King beasts, there were also many top-grade Space King beasts. They had no intention of hiding themselves. They were so powerful that they caused the space to fluctuate violently. It was as if they wanted to announce their arrival to the whole world. Their eyes were red, and they moved forward in a straight line with bloodthirsty greed. Everything that could possibly block the path ahead would be instantly turned into fine powder. Feeling the chaotic space fluctuations coming from afar, Chen and Monk felt their scalps go numb. Without saying anything, they turned around and ran. Their robes were stained with Xiao Kong's blood. At the same time, they also had Xiao Kong's aura. This allowed them to successfully lure these crazy Space King beasts. According to Monk and Chen's temperament, they would not do something unrewarding. Chen provided Lei Long and opened the seal for the Aboriginals. He was definitely their benefactor. However, the Aboriginals wanted to kill him. This was unkind and unjust. Chen would not accept this kind of burning the bridge after crossing the river and getting rid of the donkey after it had left the millstone. Therefore, as soon as Monk said that, Chen had already thought of a countermeasure. If he did not want to be hunted down, the best solution was to get rid of them completely. On the way, Chen asked, "Are you ready?" Monk said confidently, "Of course." The two of them showed their extreme speed and went straight to the place where Lei Long had summoned them. Behind them, the Space King beasts were chasing after them. When they arrived at the place where the others had disappeared, the two of them rushed in without saying anything. This was a space within a world. The new space had stronger power of the world. The two of them followed Lei Long's guidance and quickly moved forward. When they arrived at this space, they did not find the City Lord and the others. They should have gone deep into the space. Chen gave the rest of the blood to Monk and said, "They haven't suspected your identity yet. Go and sprinkle this blood on them." Monk looked at Chen in surprise and asked, "What are you going to do?" "Let me do it." Chen said, "Of course I'm going to lure those Space King beasts in. What if they lose their senses and leave halfway?" "Okay." The monk nodded, took the blood and left. Compared to Chen, what happened next was much easier for him. Along the way, Tyrant finally heard the sound of energy fluctuations. After that, he saw those dragon warriors. At this moment, they were fighting with the realm spirit. The sky of this place was completely covered by world power clouds. It was like the dense and thick black clouds of a thunderstorm. World spirits kept appearing from within and attacking everyone. Monk, who was standing at the back, stared at the front. There was a ball of bright light there. Within that bright light, there was an image of a real dragon, as if it was sealed within. The dragon image was constantly twisting, and an extremely strong dragon might was released. The three true dragons seemed to have gone mad. Their eyes were filled with obvious passion and greed as they constantly approached the ball of light. Tyrant didn't understand what that ball of light was. In a flash, he appeared on the battlefield and knocked back a realm spirit. Then, he asked, "What's going on? Aren't we chasing after the invaders? Why are we here?" When the person saw that it was the Golden Dragon Ambassador, joy immediately appeared on his face. He immediately said, "Golden Dragon Ambassador, you came at the right time. Quickly kill these realm spirits and protect the true dragons until they reach that ball of light." Tyrant was unmoved. He asked puzzledly, "What about the invaders? Aren't we chasing after them? There's no hurry to kill the invaders. Let the true dragons go to the ball of light first. It's very likely to be the Dragon Pearl." "Dragon Pearl? What's the use of it?" Seeing that Tyrant was unmoved, the level 9 dragon warrior was a little anxious. The Dragon Pearl that holds this world in place is said to be left behind by the divine dragon. "What do you think it's used for?" Tyrant's heart skipped a beat as he recalled a legend. He immediately asked, "In that case, the true dragons can become the ruler of this world after refining the Dragon Pearl." "I'm not too sure, but it's about the same." Tyrant nodded. His expression kept changing. He went straight to a realm spirit and struck a powerful blow. PFFF Tyrant's attack landed on the realm spirit. It didn't disperse, but a large amount of red liquid scattered and splashed onto the dragon warriors beside him. The battle was imminent. Everyone wasn't as relaxed as Tyrant. They seemed to be having a hard time. Occasionally, 1 or 2 drops of blood splashed onto their bodies. It was nothing. Tyrant, who relied on his powerful defense, shuttled between the realm spirits. When he raised his hand to attack, there would always be a large amount of blood splashing. The realm spirits were very powerful. Even a level 9 dragon warrior would be injured. Blood splashing around was a common thing. No one paid attention to these details. Tyrant, on the other hand, was very careful as he moved forward. He splashed all the blood on the natives around him in a battle style. After doing all this silently, Tyrant raised his head and looked at the 3 true dragons that only had the dragon pearl. His eyes flashed as he moved forward. Amitabha. Following a Buddhist chant, Tyrant's figure flashed as he moved forward. Along the way, several attacks landed on his body, causing his strongest defense to tremble and show signs of collapsing. His strongest defense eventually blocked all the attacks. Tyrant arrived in front of the true dragons. Swoosh. At this moment, a realm spirit that had just appeared came to the side of the red dragon. He expressionlessly stabbed the sharp weapon in his hand towards the red dragon. The realm spirits here were stronger. They could break the red dragon's defense with one attack and injure it. Peng. Tyrant's figure flashed and blocked the attack for the red dragon. His figure was directly sent flying. It was because his defense was stronger than the red dragon's. On this battlefield, only Tyrant dared to move back and forth like this. Golden Dragon Ambassador, well done. Seeing this scene from afar, Red Dragon Ambassador shouted loudly. Tyrant didn't reply. His body shone with Buddhist light, making him look very solemn. No one noticed that some of Xiao Kong's blood had already seeped into the red dragon's wound. The red dragon's body was huge and faced many dangers. Tyrant kept blocking the attacks for it. It was very easy for him to take the opportunity to get some blood on its wound. Just like this, Tyrant began to move around the 3 true dragons. During this period, he would occasionally receive cheers. At the same time, Zichen stood outside the space within a world. The energy in his body was constantly spreading out Xiao Kong's aura. At the same time, he was waiting for the spatial beast kings to arrive. The space began to fluctuate violently, bringing with it great danger. When the spatial beast kings appeared, they were still in a frenzy. Swoosh. Seeing this scene, Zichen didn't immediately enter the space within a world. Instead, he moved forward rapidly. The thunder wings on his back were vibrating at a high frequency. When he was still a distance away from the spatial beast kings, Zichen stopped. His figure kept flashing in the eyes of the spatial beast kings. He kept appearing in all directions of the spatial beast kings. Zichen looked like he was provoking them. In fact, Zichen was indeed provoking them. He wanted to completely enrage these spatial beast kings to achieve his goal. Buzz. Zichen succeeded. The space around him began to tremble. Spatial strangulation from several directions surged towards him. Seeing this scene, Zichen didn't hesitate anymore. He directly turned into a flash of lightning and went into the depths. Behind him, the group of spatial beast kings chased closely. In the depths of the space within a world, Monk was still doing his best to complete his mission. His method of rushing over to block the attacks of the 3 true dragons won the unanimous approval and praise of everyone. Until the last drop of blood was used up, Monk took the opportunity to rush forward. He retreated by advancing, leaving the battle in a wounded state. Everyone looked at Monk's departure with regret. However, they couldn't just watch Monk die. Among them, there were also some who were heavily injured. They immediately refined the world energy and broke through to the Realm Lord realm before leaving this world. After Monk left, he started to run as fast as he could. That's right, he was running away. If he didn't run away, he would be drowned by the spatial beast kings. He wouldn't even know how he died. Run. Monk sped up, wanting to leave this place. What are you doing? Suddenly, a voice sounded. A golden light flashed in front of him. Zichen had arrived. Of course I'm running. Monk said confidently. The spatial beast kings haven't arrived yet. Our goal hasn't been achieved. What's the point of running now? If you don't run, you'll die. Monk glared. Even if I die, I have to complete the mission. Just as the two were talking, waves of spatial energy started to vibrate. The spatial beast kings were about to arrive. Soon, Monk saw those terrifying spatial beast kings at the end of his vision. He looked at Zichen again. He was still willing to die for the sake of completing the mission. Suddenly, Monk's eyes widened. He stared at Zichen and said angrily, "Damn you! How dare you frame me?" As soon as he finished speaking, he slapped Zichen with his palm. Buddhist light flashed and a powerful wave emerged. Facing this attack, Zichen had no time to dodge and was hit. Boom! With a loud bang, Zichen's body exploded, turning into energy and dissipating. How was this the real body? It was just a clone. Monk was furious. Obviously, he was tricked again. At this moment, the spatial beast kings were getting closer and closer. He had no choice but to run back. In the process of running, he took off his monk robe. Golden light flashed around him, and a clone appeared. This was the true golden body of Buddhism. Zichen's doppelganger technique was something he had secretly learned from him. After the golden body appeared, it put on Monk's bloodstained robe and turned into a stream of light, running into the depths of the forest. Under the perception of the crowd, Tyrant, who had just left, came back again. Seeing this, everyone was moved. But then, they heard Tyrant lose his composure and shout, "Not good, a large group of Space King beasts is coming." What? When everyone heard this, their expressions changed abruptly. Spatial beast kings, there are many of them. Before Monk could get close, many spatial beast kings appeared behind him. Their eyes were red, and with bloodthirsty murderous intent, they rushed straight at Monk. Monk, who barely managed to block this attack, was drowned by the spatial beast kings in the next moment. Monk's figure disappeared between heaven and earth. Only his miserable scream could be heard. Chapter 1775. At this moment, no one had the time to care about Tyrant's life or death. They all looked at the spatial king beasts in shock, their faces full of disbelief. Under such circumstances, how could they defeat those spatial king beasts? In the eyes of the spatial king beasts, these people in front of them were very attractive, as if they could step into the Emperor realm by devouring them. "Be on guard!" the city lord shouted loudly. However, it was useless. Some of the more seriously injured existences took the initiative to absorb the realm power when they saw this scene, wanting to leave this place. Everyone was an expert, and they were all intelligent. It was impossible for them to throw away their lives for anyone. Tyrant's real body appeared somewhere in the space. His face was pale, but he could not hold it in anymore and coughed up blood. "That damn Zichen, how dare he frame me again?" He was so angry that he could not help but curse. He had used his clones to distract the Space Beast Kings, but the space ripples that the Space Beast Kings left behind were still lethal. Tyrant, who did not dare to use his full strength in his hidden state, was also seriously injured. Tyrant took a deep look into the distance. He thought that the battle had already begun. He was slightly worried about the outside of the World Dragon Ball. He also turned around and walked out of the space within the realm. Not long after, he saw Zichen. At this moment, he had already met up with the devil ape. Tyrant stepped forward, grabbed Zichen's collar, and said angrily, "Zichen, you framed me again." Zichen was puzzled. "How did I frame you? You used your clone, but I used my real body." Zichen glanced at Tyrant and said mockingly, "Are you an idiot? I didn't say that you couldn't use your clone." Tyrant was stunned, but he did not know what to say. Indeed, Zichen did not say that he had to use his real body. Moreover, Zichen's clone was shattered by him. Although Zichen was right, he was injured and Zichen was not. Tyrant was naturally unhappy. He immediately retorted, "You're the idiot. Why are you standing here like a fool? Hurry up and get the realm power." Zichen had a mocking expression on his face. "There's so much realm force here, do you really need to deliberately gather it? Idiot, what does this world energy amount to? Those world spirits are the purest world energy. We want to capture world spirits, not this impure world energy." Tyrant proudly smiled and said, "Moreover, we have to make the best use of our time and get some world spirits first. Then we can go deeper. There is a world dragon pearl there. It seems that after refining it, we can become the ruler of this world." "Dragon Ball, Dominator?" Zichen's eyes lit up when he heard that. "Idiot, why aren't you following?" The monk smiled complacently and left. The devil ape wasn't surprised by their conversation at all, while Dongqing couldn't help but cover his mouth and snicker. It seemed that after the appearance of this monk, Zichen's character became different from before. He had many flaws. However, this kind of Zichen was the more attractive Zichen. The four of them quickly disappeared, heading towards the large cloud of realm force in the distance. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As soon as they arrived, several attacks appeared, which seemed to be very unexpected. Facing these attacks, the monk didn't dodge and directly rushed in. At the same time, he shouted, "Get out here for this Buddha." As his words fell, Buddhist power fluctuated, and the entire cloud of realm force was shattered. 5 world spirits appeared from it. The devil ape stepped forward and smashed down with his staff. One of the world spirits shrouded in black shackles exploded and turned into pure world energy. Chen and the monk also attacked one after another and killed 2 world spirits. These world spirits obviously didn't have high intelligence. At this moment, they seemed to be in a daze because of the disappearance of the realm force cloud, which made them easy to kill. In the blink of an eye, all 5 world spirits were killed, and the pure world energy was taken away. The cloud that had dispersed earlier also condensed again. This time, Chen directly took out the pill cauldron and took away this realm force cloud. Obviously, this realm force cloud alone could be sold for a sky-high price in the Jianwu continent. Let's go and find the next one. The four's movements were very fast. They constantly changed directions and collected a lot of realm force. In this world, there were also many people who had collected enough realm force and chose to break through and enter that high-level world. As for those with low strength, after collecting the realm force of a domain world, they left this world and returned to Jin. At this moment, the most tragic battle was taking place in the space within a world. Dragon roars constantly sounded, and all kinds of dragon weapons appeared. Space King beasts fell one after another. Under normal circumstances, a Space King beast wouldn't be weaker than an 8th-level dragon warrior. The battle between the two sides was completely a war of attrition. It was impossible to determine the victor in a short period of time. Today, the Space King beasts had a great advantage in numbers. Killing these dragon warriors wasn't a problem at all. However, on the side of the natives, relying on the rich realm force, they also had a great lethality. Go to hell! A dragon warrior who was shrouded in light and exuded a powerful aura that only a realm lord could have. He held a dragon weapon in his hand and directly attacked forward. The powerful attack instantly split the Space King beast's body and killed it in one strike. This sector lord was only able to unleash a single attack before he was forcefully summoned away. Every realm lord who left could kill at least one Space King beast. That was why so many Space King beasts were dying. The mayor of Jin also stopped moving forward. He joined forces with the 3 true dragons to attack those Space King beasts. As for those realm spirits who were still fighting to the death, they also stopped attacking and all of them went into hiding. Damn it! Why are there so many Space King beasts here? Are they also here for the Dragon Balls? Ambassador Red Dragon said in a flustered and exasperated manner. Up until now, they had no idea what the reason was. Another realm lord left. But before he left, he killed more than a dozen Space King beasts and severely injured one. They didn't have a specific target. They only knew how to attack groups. Realm lords were extremely powerful. Even if they only had one realm force in their body, they were still very powerful. If they weren't forcibly summoned, any one of them could kill all the Space King beasts. But because of the rules, they could only make one strike in a hurry. The mayor and the 2 dragon ambassadors felt helpless as they watched the realm lords leave one after another. Who would have thought that so many Space King beasts would appear in the middle of what was supposed to be a smooth journey? Finally, when the last Space King beast died, there was no one left except for the 3 humans and 3 dragons. The 3 of them were covered in wounds. Even with the defensive dragon armor, they were severely injured. The 3 true dragons were also covered in wounds. They turned around and looked at the Dragon Balls. They were not far away. The 3 of them became eager. The rumors were true. Before the Dragon God sealed this place, he left behind a Dragon Ball. The Dragon Ball kept absorbing the rules of the world. As long as one could refine it, one could become the master of this world. Unfortunately, the Dragon Ball was prepared for true dragons. The dragon ambassadors weren't qualified to refine it. The 3 of them couldn't help but look at each other. The Red Dragon ambassador said, "What should we do next?" The mayor of Extreme Close City said, "Let's divide them according to our combat strength." The Red Dragon Ambassador glanced at the Black Dragon Ambassador. The two of them nodded. The next moment, a dragon's roar resounded. The Red Dragon and the Black Dragon rushed toward the colorful dragon at the same time. Apparently, they were going to fight 2 against 1. Seeing this, the mayor of Extreme Close City was shocked. He shouted, "What do you mean?" The two of them sneered. The Red Dragon Ambassador said, "Of course we'll divide them according to our combat strength." The Black Dragon Ambassador's expression turned cold. At this moment, the two of them were going to fight 2 against 1. "Hey, we seem to be early." A surprised voice came from behind. Chen and the other 3 appeared. The 3 of them heard the voice and immediately turned around. They saw the monk standing with the 3 invaders. "Golden Dragon Ambassador, you're still alive." The Black Dragon Ambassador was stunned. He saw that the Golden Dragon Ambassador was dead. The mayor of Extreme Close City and the Red Dragon Ambassador were also shocked. "It's you, Golden Dragon Ambassador. It's you, right? You're the one who attracted those Space King beasts." The Red Dragon Ambassador reacted instantly. He pointed at the monk and said, "You know the information about those Space King beasts. It's not to deal with the invaders, but to deal with us." The two of them knew that the Red Dragon Ambassador was using the Golden Dragon Ambassador, but they didn't expect that they would be used instead. Their expressions changed. Amitabha, the Red Dragon Ambassador is really smart. The monk put his palms together and said, "I'm not a native, nor am I the Golden Dragon Ambassador. My name is Good and Evil, and I'm from the Tianwu continent." "Invader, you're an invader." The 3 of them looked terrible. The 3 of them, who were fighting among themselves a moment ago, were now united against the invaders. However, the 3 dragons in the sky didn't stop fighting. While the 2 of them were talking, Chen looked at the light ball. At the same time, the Thunder Dragon's voice was full of desire. The summoning came from there. "I can feel that it's very attractive to me. I want it." Chen said, "Don't worry, it's yours." After the monk admitted his identity, the Extreme Sound City Master smiled faintly and said, "If that's the case, then we all have the same goal. Thunder Dragon Ambassador, let your Thunder Dragon join the battle." Looking at the battle in the sky, Chen nodded and said with a smile, "That's what I was thinking." With that, the Thunder Dragon rushed up and blocked the Red Dragon for the Rainbow True Dragon. The battle became 2 against 2. Chen looked at the 3 of them in front of him and said with a smile, "Next, are we going to wait or fight?" The Red Dragon Ambassador snorted and said, "You're just an invader who hasn't comprehended the realm force. What right do you have to wait?" Chen didn't get angry when he heard that. Instead, he nodded and said, "Oh, so we're going to fight." The Red Dragon Ambassador said coldly, "A battle of life and death." "Fine. Amitabha, since the Red Dragon Ambassador has expressed his attitude, then your next opponent will be me." The monk didn't wait for Chen to finish his words. He stepped forward and chose his opponent first. Chapter 1776. The monk grinned and went straight to the Red Dragon Emissary. As far as he was concerned, the Red Dragon Emissary was the most powerful of the 3. The demon ape held the black rod tightly. Its eyes were red as it looked at Chen. Chen said, "Leave it to me." The demon ape nodded and walked toward the Black Dragon Emissary. 3 versus 3. Dongqing stayed on the side and watched the battle. At the same time, he would step in when the situation was dangerous. As a matter of fact, Dongqing wouldn't be of much help in a battle of this level. Little Sky, on the other hand, was busy collecting the spoils of war. The corpses of the Space Beast Kings that were killed by the Sector Lords were all floating in the air. For Little Sky, this was a huge fortune, almost a treasure. In the sky, dragon roars could be heard. Dragon energy was spreading. Red flames, black flames, colorful lights, and thunderbolts were wreaking havoc. They forcefully pushed aside the thick clouds and opened up a huge battlefield in the sky. While the dragon battle in the sky was going on, Chen and the other 2 had found their opponents. Looking at the confident Chen, the Extreme Sound City Master shook his head in disdain. "Thunder Dragon Emissary, you are only at the later stage of the 9th rank. Chen took a step forward and a dragon spear appeared in his hand. When he took a second step, his aura began to surge and reached the later stage of the 9th rank. When he took a third step, his aura surged again and reached the peak. This was the highest level he could reach in this world. Lightning surged and his black hair danced in the wind. Together with his indifferent expression, Chen looked extraordinary. The Extreme Sound City Master was surprised, but that was it. He shook his head again and said, "Interesting. You are hiding your strength. You are only at the peak of the 9th rank. You have yet to comprehend the power of the universe. After all, there is a gap of 9 ranks between us." "Not necessarily," Chen said calmly. He shook the dragon spear in his hand. His aura surged and a huge tornado appeared. In the tornado, Chen turned into a black dragon. In the dragon form, Chen shook the spear in his hand and the black dragon rushed toward the Extreme Sound City Master. The battle began. At the same time, the devil ape let out a loud roar and the black staff in his hand flashed with runes as he smashed it toward the black dragon envoy. Amitabha. After the monk chanted the name of Buddha, he took out his demon-subduing pestle and rushed towards the red dragon ambassador. This battle was a matter of life and death. The moment he made his move, he used his full strength. Looking at the incoming black dragon, the Extreme Night City Master's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a hint of disdain. With a flip of his hand, a dragon sword appeared in his hand. He held his sword and stabbed forward. This was a very simple action, just a forward thrust of the sword. But in the next moment, the void began to distort and shatter. A sword light cut through the space and went straight for Chen. The sword ray was enveloped by world energy. This sword completely displayed the power of the 9th layer realm force. In Chen's eyes, this sword was very slow, so slow that it was almost stationary. If it were any other time, he would have easily dodged it with a single step. But today, he felt like he was carrying 100,000 mountains on his back. Facing this slow sword, he could not move an inch. Chen's expression changed slightly. He knew that all of this originated from the 9th layer realm force. At this moment, in Dongqing's eyes, Chen's body was already enveloped by a layer of world energy. It was this world energy that greatly affected Chen's judgment. Ha! He let out a loud roar and the aura around him surged wildly, trying to disperse the world energy that was oppressing him. Boom! The energy in Chen's body went berserk. The Thunder King physique also provided him with a powerful force at this moment. The 9 stars alignment and the power of the 9th layer realm erupted almost perfectly. The 9th layer realm force loosened a little. Chen immediately felt the pressure on his body disappear and everything returned to normal. The Extreme Night City Master's sword was already very close to him. It was not slow at all. It was obviously extremely fast. At the crucial moment, the spear in Chen's hand blocked the sword light that was close to him. Clang! The tip of the spear and the sword collided and a sonorous sound was heard. A visible energy ripple spread out in all directions. Chen's dragon form was completely shattered. His real body was revealed and his face was pale. Looking ahead, the Extreme Night City Master's eyes were filled with surprise. "You didn't die. Interesting." His voice was calm and there was still disdain in his tone. Buzz. Chen put away his spear and shot out a real dragon towards the Extreme Night City Master. The Extreme Night City Master's dragon sword trembled and slashed from top to bottom. The sword light appeared again and blocked the real dragon formed by the Dragon God arrow. The two energies exploded and the Dragon God arrow returned halfway. This was the first time the Dragon God arrow was forcefully interrupted. It was not because the Dragon God arrow was not strong, but because the two were not on the same level. If you only have this little trick, then the third sword will be your death date. The Extreme Night City Master stood with his sword. His body was completely enveloped by the world energy, looking hazy and mysterious. Chen put away the Dragon God bow and the dragon spear reappeared in his hand. He stared at the Extreme Night City Master with his bright eyes. The latter was still disdainful, but in the next moment, after Chen released the two energies, his disdain was replaced by surprise, and even shock. It's actually two completely opposite types of energy. His expression changed and there was a rare solemn look on his face. Zichen's energy realm was not as high as his, but his opponent's energy was pure and destructive. The extreme Night City Master believed that if both of them were at the same level, he would not be a match for Zichen in terms of energy. Even now, when he sensed the two completely opposite energies from Zichen, he could not help but feel frightened. One sword. Another sword. But this time, the extreme Night City Master's expression was no longer relaxed. He looked very solemn. The space was torn apart by this sword. The sword light was still powerful and the world energy's oppression was still there. But this time, the extreme Night City Master had no confidence at all. Sure enough, the world energy smoothly wrapped around Zichen's body. But the two energies around the latter vibrated, and the rich and violent energy broke through the oppression. Then, Zichen pointed his spear. The tip of the spear and the tip of the sword collided again. The extreme Night City Master felt a destructive energy that forcibly dispersed the world energy above the sword light. If the energy that the two of them had shown before were compared to a lake, Zichen's energy lake was naturally bigger than the extreme Night City Master's because of his cultivation method and opportunity. But the extreme Night City Master had comprehended the 9 layers of world energy. The quality of his energy lake was higher than Zichen's. But the world energy in the extreme Night City Master's body was not complete. This high quality was also limited. Zichen relied on the purer energy of the lake to barely resist and not fall into a disadvantageous position for the time being. But now, after Zichen fully displayed his own energy, the originally pure energy lake had expanded by 2 times. In addition, there were 2 types of compatible energy. The destructive power that he displayed was not weaker than the extreme Night City Master who had the 9 layers of world energy. Of course, if the energy in the other party's body went one step further and formed a complete world energy, it would be a different story. After the attack, the two of them retreated. Facing this attack, they were completely evenly matched. And because the energy in Zichen's body was purer and more violent, the extreme Night City Master actually felt that the arm that was holding the sword was a little shaken. The original seriousness on his face gradually turned into shock. Now, he was completely sure that if the two of them were at the same level, not only would he not be able to defeat Zichen, he might not even be able to block a single attack. Zichen took a step forward. The body of the spear shone with a dazzling light. A dragon's roar resounded from the bottom of his heart. The pitch-black dragon spear burst out with compatible gold and silver lights in the next moment. At this moment, it was the energy in Zichen's body that took the initiative to attack. Gale Slash. Looking at Zichen's swift attack, the extreme Night City Master shouted and slashed forward with the long sword in his hand again. Hurricanes appeared around the long sword one after another. The hurricanes carried powerful energy, shattering the void wherever they passed. This attack was several times more powerful than before. Boom. But Zichen's full-powered attack was also much more powerful than before. With a loud bang, the 2 types of energy disappeared. Thunder King's finger. The extreme Night City Master's figure retreated again and again. During this time, the impact of the energy was constantly dispelled. But before the energy was completely dispelled, he felt a turbulent aura appear above his head. As he raised his head, he saw a fingerprint that was emitting 2 types of extreme light appear in the sky and lock onto him. The extreme Night City Master's expression changed slightly. He stabbed forward with his sword. A thick sword light wrapped in the world energy hit the fingerprint. In the sky, the energy exploded and the fingerprint dissipated. Wang. Then, the void trembled. A sense of crisis emerged from the bottom of the extreme Night City Master's heart. He saw a gold-silver lightning dragon that turned into an arrow and rushed towards him. It was Zichen who used the mystical dragon bow. After the arrow was shot, the void behind Zichen broke open. A fist radiance that was emitting lightning appeared. At this moment, Zichen relied on the powerful and violent energy in his body to attack the extreme Night City Master continuously. The extreme Night City Master could only block the attacks passively. He seemed to be in a difficult situation. In fact, Zichen's attacks didn't cause any substantial damage to him. He was just in a difficult situation. However, the difference between their realms was the comprehension of the nine-world energy. Zichen could be proud of himself for being able to reach this step. The energy was turbulent. The devil ape and the tyrant were equally matched in their battle. No matter if it was the black dragon envoy or the red dragon envoy, they both had the nine-world energy. However, both the devil ape and the tyrant had their own extraordinary techniques. With the tyrant's strongest defense and dragon armor, it was almost impossible for the red dragon envoy to hurt him without reaching the realm lord level. As for the devil ape's ability to stop the flow of energy, it was an extraordinary ability. Not to mention killing the devil ape, it was already not bad for the black dragon envoy to not be at a disadvantage. Therefore, in this 3-on-3 battle with the difference of the nine-world energy, Zichen and the other two who had the lower realms took the initiative. Although they didn't dare to say that they could kill the devil ape, they could guarantee that they wouldn't lose. Just as the battle between the two sides was in a stalemate, a mournful dragon roar suddenly sounded from the sky. The battle between the true dragons had come to an end. Chapter 1777. This dragon roar caused everyone on the battlefield to subconsciously stop fighting and raise their heads to look at Long John in the sky. The black dragon was rolling in the sky. There were many wounds on its body and blood was splashing everywhere. One of the wounds almost split its body into two. The Extreme Clothes City Master's colorful dragon was also wounded, but there were no fatal wounds on its body. It looked down at the black dragon indifferently. The black dragon was seriously injured. If it left now and found a safe place to heal its wounds, it could still save its life. Of course, the colorful true dragon would not give it a chance to escape. It swung its tail and charged at the black dragon. Its sharp dragon claws, which could tear through space, tore open the black dragon's head. The latter let out a painful roar as its body trembled in the sky. The colorful dragon sucked in the black dragon's broken head and swallowed the black dragon's soul. At the same time, a dragon power shrouded the black dragon. The essence of its flesh was also being drained. Haha. It seems that I am the final winner. Seeing this, the Extreme Clothes City Master couldn't help but laugh out loud. Not necessarily. The Black Dragon Ambassador said indifferently. In the distance, the Red Dragon Ambassador who was fighting with Tyrant had an ugly expression on his face. The Red Dragon was the most seriously injured in the previous battle. Now, it was fighting against the powerful Lightning Dragon. Although the Lightning Dragon was only at the 8th level, its lightning power was very terrifying. It was not weaker than a 9th level dragon. In the battle between the two dragons, endless lightning fell from the sky and bombarded the red dragon. The red dragon was already seriously injured, so its injuries worsened. The colorful dragon had already killed the black dragon. The lightning dragon's attack was getting fiercer and fiercer. It seemed that the red dragon was about to die. The red dragon ambassador gritted his teeth and soared into the sky. Amitabha. With a flash, Tyrant appeared in front of the Red Dragon Ambassador. In terms of speed, Tyrant was only second to Zichen. He was much faster than the Red Dragon Ambassador. Get out of my way, the Red Dragon Ambassador said indifferently. Impossible. Tyrant's Buddhist light surged. A golden dragon and a golden tiger appeared on both sides of him. They stared at the Red Dragon Ambassador fiercely. The latter was clear about Tyrant's defense. If the other side wanted to stop him, he wouldn't be able to get through. However, the Red Dragon was in grave danger, so the Red Dragon Ambassador could not save him. With a flash of thought, he said directly, "This time, we have lost. We will not participate in this matter. I will take the Red Dragon and leave this place." The monk shook his head without hesitation and said, "That's impossible." Everyone knew that the Rainbow True Dragon would become even more powerful after devouring the Black Dragon. If the Thunder Dragon didn't devour the Red Dragon, the Thunder Dragon would definitely lose and die. Golden Dragon Ambassador, you are forcing my hand. The Red Dragon Ambassador was enraged, and the aura around him became violent. Amitabha. Tyrant put his palms together and displayed his strongest defense. The golden Buddha light illuminated the world. The Red Dragon Ambassador's expression turned ugly. If he were to break through and fight the Golden Dragon Ambassador now, he would definitely be able to break through the Golden Dragon Ambassador's defense. However, It was impossible for him to kill the Golden Dragon Ambassador. In that case, he would be forcefully summoned, and the Red Dragon would also face death. Not only did he lose the Red Dragon, but he also lost a lot of realm energy. Feeling unwilling, he could only ask for help. Hence, he looked at the Black Dragon Ambassador. At this moment, the Black Dragon Ambassador was even more embarrassed than the Red Dragon Ambassador. Facing the Devil Ape's mysterious ability, he was seriously injured and could only keep retreating. In addition, the Black Dragon was already dead. While he was grieving, he was also extremely disappointed. Originally, he was able to display 100% of his combat strength, but now, he was greatly affected. Black Dragon Ambassador, help me, the Red Dragon Ambassador shouted. However, what answered him was the Devil Ape's strong rod strike. The Black Dragon Ambassador retreated. Among the three of them, he was the most embarrassed. The Red Dragon Ambassador was helpless. When he looked at the Extreme Night City Master again, he couldn't help but be stunned. He saw that the latter could only passively attack and had no time to counterattack. Zi-Chen's attacks were like a continuous stream of cannons, appearing continuously. Even though the Red Dragon Ambassador was burning with anger and was extremely anxious, he still had doubts in his heart. Didn't they say that invaders would be suppressed in this domain? Why did Zi-Chen, an invader, have an endless amount of energy in his body? It seemed like there was no end to it. The Red Dragon Ambassador didn't have time to continue thinking about this question. He heard a second dragon roar in the sky. The Thunder Dragon risked being injured and used its dragon claws to cut the Red Dragon's body in half, causing the two halves of the Red Dragon's body to distort in the sky. Painful dragon roars could be heard continuously. Then, the Thunder Dragon activated its spirit-devouring divine ability and forcefully devoured the Red Dragon. When the Red Dragon Ambassador saw this scene, his body trembled and he almost fell down. The death of the Red Dragon was a huge blow to him. His eyes became extremely red as he stared at Tyrant. It was all because of him. If it wasn't for him, he wouldn't be in such a sorry state and the Red Dragon wouldn't have died. At this moment, he wanted to absorb the realm energy to break through. Even if he could only attack once, he wanted to severely injure Tyrant. Amitabha Buddha, he put his palms together and chanted the Buddha's name again. However, this time, the Buddha's name wasn't as compassionate and solemn as before. Instead, it was resounding like a great bell. The Red Dragon Ambassador's crazed expression returned to normal in the next moment. His eyes gradually became clear. He glanced at Tyrant and snorted coldly. However, he didn't attack anymore. Instead, he looked up at the sky. His action was the same as the Black Dragon Ambassador. Both of them lost their true dragon and didn't want to continue fighting. Instead, they wanted to see who would win and who would lose. On the other side, Zi-Chen was still attacking while the City Lord was still passively fighting back. Dong-Qing, who was standing in the same place, shot out a green lightning from between her eyebrows. She launched an attack at the colorful true dragon in the sky. She didn't want to kill the enemy. She only wanted to stop the attack. Xiao Kong, who had already collected all the spoils of war, appeared on the other side of the void and launched the space strangulation technique. The space started to riot. The space from all directions began to overlap and compress towards the colorful true dragon. The latter was at the critical moment of devouring and had to stop to block these attacks. Puff, puff, blood splattered. Several of the attacks broke through the colorful true dragon's defense. The colorful true dragon was in pain and its body trembled. However, the devouring didn't stop. This scene alarmed the Red Dragon Ambassador and the Black Dragon Ambassador. The two of them turned around and saw Xiao Kong. Their expressions changed. They had brought so many people, but they were still in such a sorry state. It was all because of those Space King beasts. The moment they saw Xiao Kong, they finally understood the reason. Space King beast. It was actually a Space King beast. The two of them had complicated expressions on their faces, but they sighed in their hearts. They didn't expect these invaders to be able to tame a Space Emperor beast. It should be known that this kind of heaven-defying existence was almost impossible to survive. It was almost always hiding from the pursuit, so how could it be encountered by humans? With Xiao Kong and Dong Qing tangling with each other, the colorful true dragon's devouring speed was significantly reduced. Comparatively speaking, the thunder dragon's devouring speed was much faster. Bang! Bang! Two explosions rang out in the sky almost at the same time. It was the black dragon and the red dragon that had all of their spiritual essence devoured. They had turned into nothingness and dissipated. Immediately after, the colorful true dragon and the thunder dragon emitted a powerful aura. This aura was infinitely close to that of a sector lord. However, due to the limitation of their strength, they were still at the 9-layer realm. After the refinement, all the disturbances ended. Xiao Kong, who was afraid of the colorful true dragon's revenge, immediately shrunk its head and disappeared from the void. It was at most an early-stage king realm. How could it fight with a true dragon that was just one step away from becoming a sector lord? Moreover, the two true dragons' strength had already surpassed that of a sector lord. Even if a sector lord personally came, he might not be able to suppress them. Roar! The colorful true dragon's roar brought along a storm. A terrifying aura spread out. Roar! The thunder dragon's roar shook the 9 heavens. It was as if the door to the 9 heavens had opened. Large amounts of heavenly lightning fell from the sky like chains that pierced through heaven and earth, heading towards the colorful true dragon. The colorful true dragon's body moved. Its body emitted a colorful light as it rushed towards the thunder dragon. The thunder dragon flew towards the colorful true dragon with endless lightning energy around it. The two true dragons began to fight in the sky. All kinds of attacks were endless. At this moment, other than the true dragon's energy clashing, the two true dragons were also entangled together, displaying all kinds of physical attacks. Any defense was useless in front of the sharp dragon claws. Puff! The scales on the thunder dragon's body shattered. A deep wound appeared on its body. Dragon blood with the power of lightning spilled out. Rip! However, the thunder dragon bit the colorful true dragon's body. It tore off a large piece of flesh and almost bit off the bones. The two true dragons were entangled together. They kept attacking each other. For a moment, all kinds of wounds on their bodies were bleeding. It was an evenly matched battle. Just like the battle between Zi Chen and the extreme Talon City Master below, if one of them could not display a stronger technique, it would continue to be a battle of attrition until one of them ran out of energy. However, whether it was Zi Chen or the Thunder Dragon, both of them had extremely powerful energy in their bodies. It was almost impossible for them to run out of energy in a short period of time. The extreme Talon City Master seemed to be pressured by Zi Chen. After breaking through several attacks, he quickly retreated to a few thousand meters away. The disdain on his face disappeared. It was replaced by endless coldness and resentment. He looked at Zi Chen and said coldly, "All right, it's time to end this." As he spoke, his body began to emit colorful light, and an extremely powerful energy surged out. Just when Zi Chen thought that the extreme Talon City Master was preparing to fuse with the realm energy and break through to the realm lord level, Zi Chen's pupils suddenly shrank. Behind the extreme Talon City Master, there was a dragon shadow. It was a dragon shadow emitting colorful light. However, it was not a true dragon. It was the Western dragon that Zi Chen had killed before. Do you know what a dragon warrior is? Only those who can borrow the power of the divine dragon are true dragon warriors. The extreme Talon City Master's indifferent voice echoed in the sky. At this moment, colorful light surrounded his body. A Western dragon that was more than 10,000 meters long floated behind him. Chapter 1778. Not only did Zi Chen and the others not understand the extreme Skinny City Master's sudden action, even the two dragon ambassadors were stunned and confused. The extreme Skinny City Master stood in the air, the energy around him completely transformed into colorful energy. The colorful dragon behind him was extremely shocking. He looked down at the group and said indifferently, "You don't know, right? The former dragon warriors could use the power of the dragon god to fight. Now, our dragon warriors can only be called servants. They can't use the power of the dragon god." The black dragon ambassador's expression changed slightly and said, "So, you've become a real dragon warrior?" "Yes, I can use the power of the dragon god now." The extreme Skinny City Master looked arrogant. The energy waves he was showing now were indeed stronger than before. The red dragon ambassador looked at the dragon behind him and said, "But you're using the power of the Western Dragon God, the mortal enemy of the Eastern Dragon God." The extreme skinny city master said, "So what, as long as it can increase my combat power, there's nothing for you two to do here, so hurry up and leave. Otherwise, you'll die." The two of them were shocked. They didn't expect the extreme skinny city master to change his temperament after showing his strongest move. Now, he even wanted to kill the two of them. While the two of them were hesitating, Chen, who had been quietly watching the scene, said, "Retreating is useless. Unless the two of you leave this world right now, he will definitely kill you to silence you." The two of them looked back at Chen, confused. Chen said calmly, "I have a native friend. He's from the Tomb Guardian tribe. Through him, I went to the depths of the dragon tomb. At that time, there was a powerful Western dragon in the tomb. It was going to take everything from the Eastern dragon, but we stopped it halfway. The Eastern dragon gave the inheritance to the Thunder dragon." The two dragon ambassadors listened quietly. Even the extreme skinny city master didn't attack immediately. In the sky, the two dragons were still fighting, and the energy waves kept shaking. At that time, we were lucky. We walked in when the Western dragon was in the middle of devouring. Finally, we found the dragon god bow in the dragon origin and killed the Western dragon. The extreme skinny city master sneered, "Seems like you do know something about the Tomb Guardian tribe. Only real Tomb Guardians can enter the depths of the dragon tomb." When the two dragon ambassadors heard this, their expressions became extremely complicated. Every tomb keeper was a patriarch of a tribe. They hated invaders even more. If what Chen said was true, then it was obvious that Chen didn't have that much enmity towards the natives. In fact, he could be considered a friend of the natives. Chen nodded and said, "That's right. We entered the dragon tomb and refined the dragon origin to increase our strength. Finally, we destroyed the Western dragon. But this is my version. I think the city lord's version might be another." The extreme skinny city master sneered, "Oh? Can you tell which version I am?" A sharp glint flashed in Chen's eyes as he said, "In your version, it should be the true dragon who gave you the authority to enter the depths of the dragon tomb and take away the dragon weapon and dragon source. However, you didn't kill the Western dragon. Instead, you provided the Western dragon with the help of the dragon origin, allowing it to successfully refine the dragon bone and obtain the true dragon's inheritance." What? When he said this, the two dragon ambassadors' expressions changed greatly. They both looked at the extreme skinny city master in disbelief. If this was true, then the extreme skinny city master did have a reason to silence him. The extreme skinny city master said angrily, "Nonsense. What a load of nonsense." Chen said, "You know very well whether it is nonsense or not. Helping the Western dragon was the price you paid, and your reward was being able to use the Western dragon's dragon power to fight. Although the current you is barely equivalent to a sector lord, you shouldn't be at your strongest state." The extreme skinny city master didn't speak, but his expression became colder and colder. The expressions of the two dragon ambassadors were both bewildered. The monk stood at the side and listened to the story with interest. The devil ape was expressionless. It obviously didn't understand. As for Dongqing, he looked at Chen. There seemed to be stars shining in his eyes, as if he was attracted by Chen's intelligence. "You want to chase the two dragon ambassadors away, not because you are worried about their battle strength after breaking through to Sector Lord, but because you are afraid that they will leave this world after breaking through. You want to keep your secret in front of them, but you will kill them afterward. Before this, you are confident that you can kill the four of us together, but these methods are not enough. So, I guess your last resort should be that rainbow dragon." Looking at the extreme skinny city master's changing expression, Chen paused and said, "Or should I say, it should be that rainbow dragon, right?" "Rainbow dragon, Western dragon?" The two dragon ambassadors exclaimed and immediately turned their heads to look at the rainbow dragon in the sky. At this moment, the two dragons were still fighting, and the wounds on their bodies were increasing. Chen smiled faintly and said, "It has already come to this point. Do you think there is any point in continuing to hide?" The two of them won't leave anyway. As expected, the two dragon ambassadors said, "We want to see what is going on." The extreme skinny city master stared at Zichen and said coldly, "I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to be so smart. Forget it, since you have already guessed it and want to see, I will let you see. Then, you will know what is going on." As soon as he finished speaking, a loud sound came from the sky. The lightning dragon let out a miserable cry and flew backwards. A violent energy exploded, and the rainbow dragon turned into a western dragon. Its body was more than 10,000 meters long, and its body was surging with an extremely violent aura. Didn't you want to see? Are you satisfied with this divine dragon's appearance? The western dragon's laughter came from the sky. The dragon aura that belonged to the western dragon continued to spread, and even caused the realm energy clouds to tremble. At the same time, the extreme skinny city master's aura surged again. The rainbow dragon's aura was not as strong as a sector lord's, but it was more violent than a normal sector lord's. In other words, even a sector lord might not be a match for the extreme skinny city master. Of course, they would not be a match for the western dragon. Such a change completely shocked the two dragon ambassadors. They could not believe that the extreme skinny city master would cooperate with a western dragon, and had the intention to let the western dragon become the master. At the same time, they were glad that Zichen and the others had come. Otherwise, the red dragon and the black dragon together would not be able to defeat the western dragon when it showed its full strength. Similarly, the two of them together would not be able to defeat the current city master. The extreme skinny city master looked at Zichen and sneered, "I have kept this secret for tens of thousands of years. I did not expect you to see through it. Zichen, do you think I should praise you for being smart, or for being stupid?" Zichen smiled faintly and said, "Of course I should praise you for being smart. But there are many coincidences. For example, I have entered the dragon's tomb and fought with the western dragon. Then, as smart as you are, you should know that I am going to kill you next, right?" This time, before Zichen could answer, the extreme skinny city master was answered by the trembling of the world dragon ball in the distance. In the midst of the trembling, a dragon roar was heard. The dragon roar was loud, sonorous, and full of anger. Everyone could feel the anger in the dragon roar, as well as the strong hatred towards the western dragon. The extreme skinny city master's expression changed, and he suddenly had a bad feeling. Wang. The world spirit clouds in the sky trembled, and the world spirits that had disappeared earlier appeared in the next moment. They lined up neatly like well-trained soldiers. After they appeared, they rushed towards the colorful dragon in the sky. How could this be? The extreme skinny city master looked at the scene in disbelief. Zichen seemed to have expected this, and he was not surprised at all. Along the way, he had seen too many old monsters. Almost every one of them was meticulous, and they would leave behind all kinds of backups. As the ruler of this world, what kind of person was the divine dragon? Since it intended to leave the world Dragon Ball, it must be preparing for the next true dragon. During this period, how could it not consider any abnormal situation? The world spirit's abnormal behavior was obviously one of the backups to prevent any sudden changes. With the appearance of this backup, Zichen was almost certain that neither the extreme skinny city master nor the western dragon would be able to get the world Dragon Ball. The extreme skinny city master seemed to have thought of this as well, and he looked back at Zichen again, his eyes full of hatred. Obviously, Zichen had already known all of this, and he said it with this purpose. Although he was angry that he was tricked, he had absolute confidence, so what if you saw through it? In the face of absolute combat power, all schemes and tricks look so ridiculous. Boom! In the sky, the energy around the western dragon was completely violent. As this violent energy surged, the world spirits that rushed forward exploded one after another, turning into pure world spirit chi. These incomparably powerful world spirits were simply nothing before the western colossal dragon. In the blink of an eye, all the world spirits disappeared. The extreme skinny city master said proudly, "How was it?" Zichen shook his head and said, "Not so good." The extreme skinny city master said again, "Well then, kill his dragon." Zichen said, "Your current combat power relies on this dragon. If it dies, you can only be abused. So I still suggest that you take action while you still have the power. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. I don't believe that the dragon will die, but I accept your suggestion. Next, you two work together, and I will kill you one by one. The extreme skinny city master glanced at the seriously injured thunder dragon and said, I will deal with this thunder dragon as well. As for the dragon, you can go and refine the world Dragon Ball now and become the master of this world. The Western Dragon looked back at the extreme skinny city master and went directly to the world Dragon Ball. The extreme skinny city master grinned and said, come and die. Zi Chen stepped forward and said, you guys step back, I will do it. At the same time, he looked up at the sky and murmured, second brother domineering blade, will you be able to see the next scene? P.S. Let's talk a bit more. This book is already at the end, and there are not many chances to talk. I don't remember how long it has been since the last time the website gave a recommendation. It has been almost a year. This time, there is a 3-day recommendation, and you can see it on the homepage. The effect of this recommendation will directly determine whether Lei Wu will have better recommendations in the future. The result will determine the future recommendations. The result can be bookmarked, monthly subscription, or subscription. The increase of the subscription of one chapter for 9 cents is the most important factor. I hope that the friends here can give Lei Wu a chance to apply for an account and bookmark. Even if it is just $1, you can subscribe a few chapters. If $1 is too much, you can subscribe a chapter for 9 cents. Even if one person subscribes a chapter, this may be the last recommendation. I hope that everyone can help. Once the result of the subscription is up, I will take the time to update and thank everyone. Chapter 1779. Facing the powerful city master, Zi Chen stepped forward and gestured for everyone to back off. The two dragon ambassadors were confused and wondered what he meant. Could it be that he had to face the city master alone? In their opinion, this was an impossible matter because the power displayed by the extreme close city master was even stronger than ordinary sector lords. Facing such an existence, even a sector lord would have to avoid it, let alone Zi Chen who was at the pinnacle of the 9th level realm. However, just as the two were confused, they saw Zi Chen's friends retreating. Among them, the Golden Dragon ambassadors retreated even faster as if they were running away. Since others don't care about you, why should we care? The two dragon ambassadors didn't hesitate and retreated instantly. Zi Chen stepped forward. The weapon in his hand had been replaced by a long saber with a black scabbard. The city master was surrounded by colorful light as he rushed towards Zi Chen. His powerful aura shook the heavens and earth. This aura was even stronger than ordinary sector lords. It was suffocating. Zi Chen's bright eyes didn't look at the city master as if he didn't feel his power. Instead, he looked at the long blade in his hand. In his mind, he recalled the scene when the foreign land collapsed and Ba Dao's soul dissipated. Zi Chen, this sword drawing technique is something I obtained by chance. Although it's only a king-level battle skill, once it's fully unleashed, it won't be any weaker than an emperor-level battle skill. It can even kill a sector lord. Unfortunately, I won't be able to see the scene of the sword drawing technique killing a sector lord in my lifetime. I hope this skill will be able to shine brightly in your hands and kill a sector lord. Definitely. Ba Dao had perished in order to protect Zi Chen, while Zi Chen had returned to the Zhonwu continent with serious injuries. Today, although the city master wasn't a sector lord, the power he displayed was already stronger than ordinary sector lords. Attack. Why are you looking at a broken blade? Do you think you can see something special? Seeing that Zi Chen didn't attack, the Red Dragon ambassador couldn't help but say. At this moment, the city master had already attacked. He held the dragon sword and stabbed forward. A dragon roar resounded. The multicolored sword light tore through space and headed straight for Zi Chen. At this moment, the extreme close city master was filled with confidence. Not to mention a mere peak 9th rank, even a sector lord would die in front of him. The expressions of the two dragon envoys changed greatly. Even if they immediately broke through to sector lord, they didn't have the confidence to block this attack. Tyrant's expression also changed. This attack would definitely be able to break through his strongest defense. It might even destroy the dragon armor on his body. The demonic ape's pupils suddenly shrank as it gripped the black rod tightly. Dongqing's face was filled with worry. Zichen still didn't move. In his line of sight, the rainbow sword slowed down again. Clearly, his perception had been disturbed again. This time, his expression did not change at all. His left hand slowly placed the saber hilt in front of him and his right hand slowly placed on the saber hilt. Waves of yin-yang lightning energy entered the saber through his right hand. Buzz! The hilt of the sword began to tremble, and the originally pitch-black light burst into a dazzling gold and silver light in the next moment. Swoosh! The veins on his right hand protruded as Zichen pulled out the saber directly. The bright gold and silver saber light appeared in everyone's sight. It was like the first ray of light between heaven and earth. It was very bright, but not blinding. When the crowd saw it, they didn't feel any discomfort. When Zichen pulled out the saber, only a saber light appeared. Nothing special. When the red dragon envoys and black dragon envoys saw this, their anticipation turned into disappointment. They originally thought that this attack would be different, but they didn't expect it to be so simple. However, Dongqing, who was familiar with Zichen's move, widened his eyes in shock and astonishment. Because after Zichen pulled out the saber, only one saber appeared. But this saber had a total of 81 sabers. First, it fused 9 times to become 9 sabers. Then, the 9 sabers fused into one and became a real saber. The saber drawing technique. This was the real saber drawing technique. It was also the strongest saber drawing technique, the pinnacle of the saber drawing technique. On the bright saber light, the gold and silver lights were changing. No terrifying energy could be sensed from it. There was only brightness, and even the speed was very slow. It was this saber that wasn't thought highly of. In the eyes of the crowd, it was moving slowly like a tortoise. At this moment, no one noticed that their eyes fell on this saber. On the contrary, no one paid attention to the extreme proximity city master's saber that seemed more powerful and powerful. Of course, no one noticed that the extreme proximity city master's saber seemed to have become very slow. Under the gaze of the crowd, the bright saber light slowly moved forward and finally fell on the saber. This powerful saber was like a tree branch at this moment. It was easily cut in half by a sharp weapon. During this period, there was no clear sound, but the saber was broken. The dragon soldier was divided into 2. The bright saber light continued to move forward, bringing along a wave of spatial fluctuations and fell on the extreme proximity city master. The colorful light on his body was instantly cut open by this saber, revealing the pitch-black defensive dragon armor. The saber light continued to move forward like the sharpest weapon in the world. It swept past the dragon armor, the extreme proximity city master's body, and swept towards the 10,000-meter-long western dragon behind the extreme proximity city master. The saber light followed the dragon's body and flew for 10,000 meters. This bright saber light gradually dissipated and finally dimmed. All the light disappeared, and the world returned to normal. Zichen was still standing in the same place, staring at the sheathed saber in his hand. His saber was still in the sheath, and he was also standing in the same place, not moving at all. The scene just now was like an illusion. But was it really an illusion? Of course not. The extreme proximity city master's previous powerful attack disappeared into thin air. He was standing 1 meter away from Zichen. His body was bent forward and completely still. In his hand, the dragon sword was broken in half. The tip of the sword fell off, and the other half was in his hand. When he raised his head to look at the extreme proximity city master again, his eyes were wide open, and his face was frozen in disbelief. There was a thin scratch on his chest. This scratch had completely torn the dragon armor and pierced through the extreme proximity city master's body. What kind of move is this? The extreme proximity city master struggled to speak. His voice was dry. Drawing the saber technique. Zichen answered calmly. He looked up at the sky and said, "Second brother Ba Dao, I've done the extreme saber technique." Bang! The extreme proximity city master's dragon armor was cut in half and fell from his body. His body was also cut in half in the next moment. Even the image of the Western dragon he had summoned behind him was cut in half. The extreme proximity city master fell down and lost all his vitality. He was dead. He died just like that. The two dragon ambassadors looked at the fallen extreme proximity city master in shock and horror. He, who had shown such a powerful move, was killed by Zi Chen with one slash. Furthermore, not only did Zi Chen kill the extreme proximity city master, he also destroyed two dragon weapons. Amidst the shock, the two felt a chill in their hearts. The chill was so deep that they couldn't help but shiver. It was as if they were in 1,000-year-old ice at this moment. Zi Chen was still at the peak of the 9th rank. He hadn't even comprehended the realm force, but he killed the extreme proximity city master who was stronger than a normal realm lord. It was still a slash. The devil ape stopped holding the black rod. His expression returned to normal, and a hint of admiration flashed through his eyes. After so many years, Zi Chen was still as powerful as before. Dong Qing let out a deep breath. After he relaxed his body, he realized that his body was drenched in cold sweat. It seemed that he was even more nervous than Zi Chen. He stuck out his tongue embarrassedly and looked around secretly. Fortunately, everyone was stunned by this slash and didn't notice his loss of composure. At the back, Tyrant's eyelids were still trembling. He wasn't afraid of Zi Chen, but he wasn't convinced by Zi Chen either. However, he had to admit that the slash just now was really terrifying. It even scared him for a moment, although it was only for a moment. According to Tyrant's prediction, that slash should be able to cut through his strongest defense. It could even shatter his dragon armor. However, whether it could take his life or not was another matter. Although the power of yin and yang is strong, it shouldn't be to this extent. It must be because of that blade and the scabbard. It's just too strange. After the shock, Tyrant's eyes moved around Zi Chen's body. Zi Chen looked ordinary, so there was nothing to pay attention to. Then, it had to be the scabbard. As for the long blade, Tyrant had already recognized that it was just a dragon blade. The scabbard and the blade technique. Tyrant's mouth curved into an unnatural smile. He had an idea in his heart. Even if he had to pester Bu Fang, he had to learn this technique. As for the blade technique, Tyrant had done a lot of research on it. In the past, he had used a blade to chop people for a long time. The extreme skinny city master had fallen, but the scene was as silent as death. Even the giant colorful dragon that was advancing slowed down for a moment. It was surprised to see the extreme skinny city master die, but it wasn't afraid. At this moment, it was much stronger than the extreme skinny city master. It didn't care about these humans and the thunder dragon. Compared to the other people's shock and disbelief, the giant colorful dragon paused for a moment and then continued to move forward, heading straight for the world dragon pearl. Along the way, all of the world power clouds were shattered, and the world spirits within them were all shattered. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of the world dragon pearl. It opened its mouth and bit toward the world dragon pearl. Roar! A dragon roar came out from the world dragon pearl. A strong light was suddenly released from it, turning into a golden light shield. In the light shield, a dragon's shadow stared at the giant colorful dragon angrily. The giant colorful dragon let out a dragon roar that shook the sky. It immediately exerted its strength and bit on the light shield. Cracking sounds kept coming out, and cracks appeared on the light shield. In the end, it exploded with a loud bang. As the defense exploded, the giant dragon proudly bit down, preparing to swallow the world dragon pearl. Unfortunately, it bit empty air. The world dragon pearl was no longer in the light shield.